Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Today is February 29th. Welcome to the bill hearings for the Ways and Means Committee. I am going to start with Delegate Grammer because I see you sitting right there, and House Bill 1322.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Grammer here to present House Bill 1322. House Bill 1322 simply applies the sales and use tax exemption that applies to purchases of precious metals over $1,000. And it applies that exemption also to sales under $1,000. People typically make purchases of precious metals part of their portfolio in an effort to guard against inflation. Really, it's a matter of just retaining one's wealth as you get older. Currently, the structure of this exemption impacts people disproportionately. If I buy a gold coin that costs about $2,000, I get the sales and use tax exemption. If I don't have as much money and I buy, let's say, a silver coin that costs about $20, I do have to pay the sales and use tax. So for the people that have sponsored this bill, it's a matter of equity. I think it's a great way to protect people's wealth, and I'd ask for a favorable report.
Any questions for Delegate Grammer? Other than, I remember this bill, bullion.
Yes, ma'am.
What's a bullion?
It's just the metal. It's another name for the metal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What'd you say? Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1332. I don't see Delegate Rose. I don't see Delegate Metzger. You're a secondary on that. You're not presenting that, are you, Hornberger? Nope. Okay. He's like, Delegate Miller, you ready? House Bill 1220. It's jointly assigned, but they will have to catch up. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Yes,
Thank you.
1280. Yeah.
1280.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and my amazing colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee. I am Delegate April Miller, and I am here to present House Bill 1280. I want to talk for a moment about what this bill does not do. This bill does not create a new tax or tax category. It does not tax electric vehicles in a new way. It does not tax electricity when you charge your vehicle at your home. It simply designates the sales and use tax that is already being charged and collected when individuals charge their vehicles at public charging stations, be then remitted by the comptroller to the Transportation Trust Fund. Maryland is on a course to reach 100,000 electric vehicle registrations in the first quarter of 2024. There are around 1,600 EV charging stations across the state currently. And as the 23 designated EV fuel corridors are completed, the goal is to have at least 4 superchargers every 50 miles. This network is imperative to giving EV owners more security about the very real range anxiety. Yet, as we increase the number of EVs on our roads, and therefore decrease the number of gas and diesel vehicles, we have not committed dedicated funding streams to offset the decreases in gas tax revenue. This is the start of a much-needed solution. This tax could be changed in the future. Should it be on parity with the gas tax and tied to inflation as well? If we are talking about basic equity and fairness, it is something that should be looked at. These vehicles use the same roads as our gas and diesel cars and trucks do, causing the same traffic congestion and wear and tear on our roads and bridges. But the owners are not contributing directly to the fund dedicated to transportation, infrastructure improvement, or maintenance. The concerns on implementation can be simply solved with the line on the reporting form that reflects the category of this tax that is already being collected. Every time I go to charge my electric vehicle at the supercharger over at Target to make sure that I do have enough of a charge to make it back to Frederick, I am charged an amount depending on how many kilowatt hours I use from the charger to charge my vehicle. That amount is recorded because I am charged. Sorry. So there is a way to calculate how much electricity was charged from that particular charger. That would be the amount used to calculate the sales and use tax to be remitted by the operator of the charging station. It is simply another line on the reporting form. Target or Sheetz does that for alcohol, cigarettes, food, medicine. These are all items are all taxed at different rates, and somehow they know how to categorize and account for every penny that should be taxed. If a charger is at a school or down in this building or somewhere that is not charging an individual separately, then there is no sale, therefore no sale and use tax. So I would urge a favorable report on House Bill 1280 so that we can start looking at this funding stream. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Delegate Miller? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1280, House Bill 1210, Delegate Rhodes. Come on up to your old stomping grounds.
It's great to be here again. Thank you, Madam Chair, and wonderful committee that I miss very much. For the record, Delegate April Rose from District 5, Carroll County, here today asking for support on House Bill 1210. House Bill 1210 simply will give a deduction for off income tax for small businesses of $1,000 for an initial cyber assessment, and then $500 for recurring cybersecurity measures that would do an annual risk assessment and whatever costs are involved with doing so. You have my written testimony, and I've had this bill here before, and I'm certainly open to reductions in some of the cost to this because I do realize it has a high fiscal note. However, the reason I think this is very important is that, especially for smaller businesses, until you have a problem, you have no idea how costly that problem could be for your business. And so one mistake, one clicking on a link that ends up with ransomware or other malicious attacks could cripple a small business. And while it's sometimes not thought of until it is a problem, if you can proactively do something about it, it will really protect your company. So I'll leave it with that, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, I am open to reducing some of those costs. And thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Yeah, Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for the bill.
Thanks.
My question has to do with the current tax credit that exists. Can you talk to me about what is different, or why what you're trying to do doesn't apply? Why folks can't apply for that one?
So there's not a lot of education or awareness about it. And so I wanted this bill to be tailored to the smaller businesses in particular, so that they would be encouraged. Typically, and in fact, if I did make a change to the fiscal note, it maybe would be for the initial assessment, because I think we could reduce that. But just getting someone in there and having the conversation about how much does this cost, how much will it cost moving forward, I really want to just help kind of the smallest businesses of all. In fact, we changed it to say even businesses of one that really don't have employees, because I did have a few businesses reach out and say, well, I'm a business, but I don't have even one employee. I'm the employee. And so I just think it's a need, and I wanted to meet that.
Well, I certainly see the distinction from the standpoint of you're working on an initial assessment and then some reoccurring costs, and it's the full value, I would say, up to $1,000 that you would be crediting.
Right.
Whereas the current one, it's a 50% of the eligible cost, but you do get up to 50,000 under the current one. And I think my understanding is that like it's $4 million and it's only 400,000 that's being used every year. So your concern about the fiscal note, I actually think may not be as bad, because the current allocation isn't being used. And if we kept it that way, theoretically, there could be some overlap in expanding what the eligibility is for what exists, I would imagine.
And I think that's a good point, a very good point. I do think this being 100% and targeting the smaller business community, I think if you just have a small business of say 15 people, the risk assessment is not going to be to the stage of a larger business where they would have, like IBM or Cisco or one of the bigger companies to come in and do that assessment. It would be probably more targeted to smaller businesses within the community. We have like info pathways in Carroll County that could go to some of our smaller businesses and just basically have a one-on-one and say, okay, this is, you just need to really do an annual security awareness training. you have to put a better, firewall system in place and keep it at a smaller level.
And I'll conclude, Madam Chair, by sharing that the one thing about the current tax credit that I would want us to preserve that I don't think your bill addresses is this qualified seller piece. So that way we make sure that that money is going to a Maryland company that's providing those services. So I would certainly hope you might be open to kind of maintaining that.
Absolutely. I'd like to keep that work in Maryland as well.
Certainly. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for bringing this bill again forward. I was honored to sign on as a co-sponsor of it, but I wanted to just cut into really the meat and potatoes of what we're talking about here, which is this cybersecurity risk assessment, but more importantly, what actions the small business can take once they understand their cybersecurity risks that they're facing. Do you have an idea, and I don't expect you to have these numbers off the top of your head, of the real cost that small businesses can spend on something like this to really make their facility secure?
It could be as little, depending on the business, of course, and the nature of their business and how much they are online for their work. And I spoke with one of our local companies and they gave me an estimate to do a decent assessment for a small business would be between $1,200 and $1,500. And then a lot of it is the education piece and then just the annual, basically the updates. And a lot of it should be education to the people that have access to the network. So it's just basic understanding of what does a malicious email look like, how it can just differ by like one tiny part to it. And if somebody unknowingly clicks on it, it could just cost, a lot of money to fix or to get your system back. So it's a lot of awareness training. So once they do the initial, I don't think that it would be costly because I think that the annual updated training is quite low.
Your goal being that we work on the education piece than necessarily the infrastructure piece.
Yes.
Which makes this investment pretty unique as far as being able to really focus on the secondary layer, which is we can put in as many critical security features as we want, security cameras, security software, malware, et cetera. But if somebody clicks on a link, that potentially leaves their entire system susceptible. And is it fair to say that in some of those cases, a business can literally lose, and I'm not being hyperbolic here, literally lose their entire company because of an attack, a properly orchestrated cyber attack?
Absolutely, especially for the small business community, because it could cost thousands and thousands of dollars. And if you're a company that's small, struggling, starting up, trying to stay afloat, one small mistake could just skyrocket into a huge issue. And I could see businesses closing down because of it for sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Delegate. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the chance.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1210. We have folks with us, our colleagues from the Economic Matters Committee, Delegate Frazier Hidalgo and Delegate Charkoudian, who are observing this bill, but this is Delegate Charkoudian's bill. So she will observe it as she presents it. And that is House Bill 905. Yes.
But she's in another committee, so.
Okay.
Madam Chair, colleagues, for the record, Delegate Lord Charkoudian here asking for a favorable report on House Bill 905. What this bill does is it balances out where we are and where we want to go with data centers in our state. So as you probably know, a couple of years ago, we passed a data center tax credit. I want to start by saying I think that, of course, data centers are necessary. We all know that because we use them all the time, whether we think about them or not. I also want to say is that data centers can be a really good economic development tool in this state. They can create good jobs and they can create a good tax base, even with our tax credit. And so I think we do want data centers in the state, but we also want a cautionary tale when we look at what happened in Virginia, which was a drive to get as many data centers as possible and a number of challenges now related primarily to energy and energy use, where data centers are really putting Virginia in danger of not meeting their climate goals. And if we follow that same path, we might be in danger of not meeting our climate goals here in the state of Maryland. And so what this bill seeks to do is strike the balance where we invite and encourage and continue to communicate that we want data centers in the state. And we invite data centers to be part of helping us meet our climate goals. So there's a couple different ways that we do that. The first is related to backup. You may have heard about the fact that data center backup are diesel generators. They actually have to be right now. There's not another technology right now in 2024 that can be the backup generation. There's a bill in the Economic Matters Committee to streamline the process so that hundreds of thousands, eventually megawatts of diesel generation can get streamlined through a permitting process. As we look at streamlining that process, part of what we also want to do is encourage data centers to move as quickly as possible to the day that we will have battery storage backup. Now, what you'll hear and what is true is that battery storage is not ready for prime time as a backup source. But the way that we get from here to prime time is that we start using and testing a technology. And so what this bill does is it says, okay, so 5% of your backup, and I've offered an amendment to 1% of your backup, has to be battery storage. So essentially, we're moving ourselves by using battery storage as 1%, which is a tiny cost and has a revenue option. And so over time, it would pay itself back. What we're doing with that is we are moving the needle on the date when battery storage will be ready for prime time and we'll be able to eventually have 100% battery storage backup. And that is something that over time will essentially cost nothing for the data centers because it'll pay itself back. It'll also help us meet our goal of battery storage on the grid. The second thing that this bill does is it recognizes that data centers use a huge amount of energy. And when we're using that much energy, we have to make sure that those data centers aren't only buying credits that offset on paper, with wind in Texas that's doing nothing to actually bring on new generation onto the grid. But this bill says, okay, we know we need strong generation here in Maryland. And the thing that can give us that is Maryland offshore wind. And so we require in this bill, the data centers to purchase a small percentage, 15%. Again, I'm open to amendments, 10% of their usage from Maryland offshore wind. And if Maryland offshore wind's not available, then from Maryland storage. So we make sure that these data centers that are going to use a lot of Maryland energy, that are going to require us to build a lot of transmission to bring dirty energy into the state and cost ratepayers money, we're making sure that they are going to have a positive impact on our climate goals. And again, when we're talking about that small percentage, it can be negligible. The cost for them to spend 5% of their energy usage or 10% of their energy uses on offshore wind is negligible. But it would make a big difference for offshore wind. Sorry, that's a really important piece. It'd make a big difference for offshore wind to be negligible in terms of the cost of the data center. The final piece that this bill includes is on the environmental side is solar panels wherever possible. Due to the design of data centers, you can't put them everywhere on every surface, but this sort of adds to some flexibility. So it can be wherever it is that it is possible to put it on a data center campus. And then lastly, the bill requires that prevailing wage be paid. Again, in general, the potential for these jobs to be really good jobs and good union jobs is absolutely there. And I think that a lot of unions are very supportive of bringing data centers to the state because of that. But we do need to make sure as we are inviting and streamlining our regulatory processes to bring data centers here, we need to make sure that the jobs that we create are in fact the good jobs that we believe that they could be. And so this bill ties that also to the tax credit. I know you all don't usually have energy in front of here, so I talked about a bunch of stuff. I'm happy to answer questions after my panelist speaks. If people have questions about any of the energy pieces that I mentioned, and I'm also happy to continue one-on-one if anyone has any follow-up questions. And I thank you and ask for a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kim Coble, Executive Director with the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, and I'm here to urge a favorable report of HB 905. As Delegate Charkoudian said, in 2020, the Maryland General Assembly passed the property tax exemption to encourage data centers. And we need them, we want them here, but we want them to be done right, and we want them to be done the Maryland way to support our goals. HB 905 is proposing what we would call some rather modest requirements to these exemptions. And this is because we have learned a lot since 2020. Things have changed. And if we look south to our state to the south in Virginia, there has been an explosion of data centers in the last few years, giving us a vivid case study of what could be ahead for Maryland. Loudoun County, Virginia is known as the data center capital of the world. It has the highest density of data centers of any single jurisdiction in the world. There's 300 data centers in Virginia right now, many more in the way. Half of them are in Northern Virginia. And those data centers are covering 27 million square feet of space. So it has a lot of impact on land use. It is consuming the energy of about 4.5 million households. Currently, Maryland has 2.2 million households, so it takes a lot of energy. And my last point is that the Virginia General Assembly had 17 bills this year regarding data centers to try to get the system right, to try to create the balance. One of the important things that their Legislative Review Commission is doing a study looking at different provisions. Of most importance is to determine if Virginia data center tax exemption should be improved. This committee has a chance to do that right now for Maryland.
Thank you. And Delegate Charkoudian, is it Moira Cyphers that
She's in
another committee? Okay, well, if she hops in
She
during
makes
this
it
hearing,
down. Yeah, thank
she
you.
can go ahead. So you have a couple of questions, Delegate Hornberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I enjoy these sort of bills and appreciate you bringing it to the committee. So there's a lot going on here, so I'm just going to try to paraphrase. You're trying to incentivize data centers that rely on clean energy production as well as battery backup.
So they don't currently rely on clean energy production. And what I'm trying to do is add the incentive for them to, well, there is already a tax credit, add to that tax credit, basically in order to get the tax credit that exists right now,
Okay.
that they would have to buy a percentage of Maryland offshore wind and a small percentage of battery backup. Yes.
Okay, so in terms of the battery backup, are they going to be having the battery backup on site as part of their operation, or do they need to contract with a battery backup? That's the part I'm not understanding
Yeah.
with the battery.
So here's the way it would work. Right now, let's say we had Aligned was the one that was most recently in front of the PSC with a 500 megawatts of diesel backup.
Mhm.
So if this bill were to pass, or then let's just say we went with, so I said 1%, so we'll go with that because it's easier. So they would have to say they have 500 megawatts of diesel generation. They would have to purchase on site 5 megawatts of battery backup. That battery backup would do a couple things. One is it can start being tested and mixed into with the diesel generation as backup. Or they could choose to just have it as either redundant or on top of. It's not making a big difference in terms of the backup, but what it is doing is it's moving us along on the technology of moving more quickly the day, because you'll hear from them in a little bit. And what they'll say is we're about 10 years away, we're 12 years away, we're 15 years away from when battery storage can be the backup. The idea is we get there faster if we start doing it. But at the same time, that battery backup is on our grid, and that we need battery storage on our grid. So it's serving on the grid, which is a stabilizer to the grid. There's revenue from the PJM market, and it can serve as backup in a redundant way to the diesel.
Yeah, so I think the bill specifies 5% is what you're looking for on the battery backup.
It does.
Would the purchase of the battery backup be exempt from sales tax? Because I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. I have some friends at the Department of Energy. They want to do this on the grid, large scale battery backup storage, especially for off-peak production, i.e. wind, i.e. solar. And the biggest deterrent to battery backup is that it is incredibly expensive, hundreds of millions of dollars. And no jurisdictions are willing to forgive the sales tax revenue on the purchase price of these battery facilities. So there is a reference in here to state sales and use tax, So for that 5% capacity you want to build into the data center, are you waiving the sales tax on that?
I think that's a good question because this is tying it to the sales and use tax. And this gets from what I know well, which is energy, to what y'all know well, which is taxes.
Yep.
I think the way it's written, because of the exemption, it would also be exempt, but
Okay.
if it doesn't and you want it to be, I would certainly entertain that
Yeah,
amendment.
Because then my next question would be if someone wants to build one of these buffers in and they wanted to go much higher, or they wanted to cogen or co-locate battery storage along with a data center, again, would that sales tax exemption apply to beyond the 5% that you've specified in the bill?
I think it could, and I would be willing to amend the bill so it does, if that's what the committee was interested in doing.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Buckle.
So my recollection of why we did this, we created this sales and use tax credit essentially, was because exactly what you were talking about, because Virginia did it or did something very similar to it. They have a very similar tax credit program or structure. And that incentivized, as you pointed out, the massive explosion of data center growth. I read somewhere, please don't hold me to this just based on memory, but I think I read very recently that Loudoun County, Virginia receives between 20 to 25% of their general fund budget, which they use to, pay their school teachers and their mass transit projects and everything else. 20 to 25% comes from the taxes they derive from the data centers that are located in their county. So my concern is, and I guess my question, Virginia doesn't have these additional requirements, right? So Virginia doesn't come in and impose the environmental and labor requirements on your eligibility for the tax credit that this bill would. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. And so my concern is that, to my knowledge, I think either Delegate Charkoudian or your other panelist indicated that Virginia has about 300 of these facilities today. To my knowledge, we have 0. We have one that is planned or is moving through the planning process in Frederick County, but has had some hiccups. I think one of the developers of that has written in with testimony that says they're very concerned about the bill and their ability to proceed with the project. And so if Virginia has 300 and is generating huge amounts of revenue for their needs, and we're telling us we need revenue, does it make sense for us to add something on to the credit that makes us less competitive with Virginia when we have 0 of the industry? I mean,
yeah.
I don't understand. If we do this and no one comes, haven't we just cost our schools, our transportation network, our government funding needs tens of millions of dollars?
So it's a good question. And I think what I've tried to do is this idea of balance. I think you were on the floor talking about balance just the other day. So let me talk a little bit about balance. That is exactly what I've tried to do. And I actually have spoken to a lot of the data centers. And my concern is, what I've said to them is, okay, here's the numbers I'm starting with. Give me the number that, run the numbers and give me the number that pencils for you. Tell me, is 5% reasonable? Is 2% reasonable? Is 1% reasonable? And they're position generally, and I'm not going to name names because some of them said they thought this was reasonable, but they weren't going to come here and say that. But others said, basically, and what they'll say is we don't think there should be any requirements. So, okay, that's fair. That's their position. That is what industry often says. It's up to us as policymakers to find what that balance is. And ideally in partnership with them, where we could get a sense of does this number 5% wind really push it over the edge? Is it 2%, right? Get that number right, get that balance right. But the thing that I want to highlight is, yes, there's some success in terms of revenue in Loudoun County. There's also folks have been tossed out of their elected positions because of data centers in Loudoun County. The General Assembly is flooded right now with bills trying to get data centers under control in Virginia. There's $1 billion worth of transmission that's about to be built that PJM just said was needed to get the data centers enough energy. There's the possibility of building a new gas-fired peaker plant near the data centers in order to supply the energy they need. Dominion's looking at that. There's been a time over the last summer where the backup generators were required to run during the summer months as a peaker in order to avoid blackouts to the community. So there's a price, and that's where balance comes in. Yes, we want the data centers. Yes, we want to be competitive, and we want to make sure in Maryland we do it in a way that doesn't make the same mistakes that Virginia made. So we get as much of the benefit as possible without some of the harmful things that are happening in Virginia.
And so that was kind of my point as well. I mean, you indicated there's a tremendous amount of energy that needs to exist in order for these operations. And these operations are vital. I would prefer,
Agree.
that call me a Luddite. I'd be easy. I could go back to 1995 tomorrow and be like, I don't need all this stuff. I'd be just fine. But I know that's unrealistic.
Agreed.
Our society is getting more and more data driven, more and more computer driven, more and more digital driven, and that's what these data centers exist for in part. And so I guess that's my concern, is that we're in competition, so we don't stand alone. We're not an island. And when we do things that place us at a competitive disadvantage with neighbors to get the industry, I appreciate your perspective of maybe there's some things we could do better, but I think that there's not enough energy, green energy that exists that is produced in Maryland to even come close to powering these data centers, even at probably 5%. Because, you've said if there isn't offshore wind available, I mean, there is no
SRECs.
offshore wind today.
Then it's SREC. So there's a plan for that. And there is, yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
So do you want me to answer that?
Yeah,
You're
well, I
right
mean,
that
that's
there's
just my point is I don't think that I don't think that green energy is going to exist anytime in the foreseeable future enough to power this in either here or in Virginia. And if you say, well, that means I don't want them, that's okay,
That's not.
but they'll go somewhere else.
So that's not the position of the bill. This
Okay.
bill acknowledges that there's not enough green energy in Maryland. There's not enough green energy to power anything
In the
in
world,
Maryland
yeah.
right now.
Right.
In Maryland right now. And so what we need to do is figure out how to build more green energy. What this bill is saying is we recognize they're going to come and they're going to use primarily dirty energy, because they may be buying RECs from Texas, but realistically they're using dirty energy here in the state. And that's not their fault. We all are, just to be clear. And so what we're saying is, because they're going to massively increase the energy that's being used, we're going to say, can you be part of these efforts we have in the state, which is to grow more offshore wind, to grow more solar, to get battery storage on the grid? We're saying, can you be part of, because you're going to use so much energy, can you be part of, because what they'll say, and I take them at their word, is they want to be good green energy companies. And I'm saying, okay, that's good. And in Maryland, instead of waiting until the perfect future when we have enough green energy, in Maryland, the way we're going to ask you to do that is to be part of in these very modest ways, adding to the grid, adding to the offshore wind, adding to the solar, and so on.
And I just have one final question. You also include a labor element that says the qualified data center, essentially, in order to get the credit, they require the payment of certain prevailing wages.
Yeah.
Do we already have a requirement that you have to, basically the jobs have to be 150% of the state minimum wage?
That's a good question. I know that different tax credits do require different labor standards. And I actually don't know if that piece that you just said applies to this tax credit or not, but this adds to that.
Thank you.
So I think we're sending Delegate Buckle back to 1995. Okay, Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for the bill. Two questions. The first one, have you gotten any insight from IBEW? Do they have a position? They didn't submit anything, but have you been in any conversation with them?
Yeah, so I've talked to a lot of the building trades, and I think that several of the building trades find that they're already engaged with data centers and they're very supportive of the data center industry, and other building trades are not sure that as they get developed, they'll be prevailing wage or not. And so what this does is, and I will say you should be hearing from the Maryland building trades. They missed the deadline. They thought the bill was tomorrow, but I just spoke with them and they're going to get a letter out. So just that this makes sure that all the unions, IBEW, UA, carpenters, painters, LIUNA, that all of them, in whatever role they play, would get a prevailing wage.
Sure, certainly. And we know we want to pay these prevailing wages. They're important. My second question, I've been the AI guy, me and Hornberger, and data centers are critical.
For sure.
To being able to achieve that. So could y'all just talk to us and just give us a little education on the connection between the two and why can you give us a little info on the connection between the two and why the data centers are important for the upcoming technology?
Yeah, well, is that like a quiz? Because clearly you know more than I do, but I think we do need data centers. I mean, I'm not sitting here. I mean, the reason that I have spent time talking to the data centers and saying, like, I'm concerned about energy usage. I know you need to exist. I'd like to have you here. I think it's beneficial. Which of these numbers are reasonable for you?
Sure.
is because I agree, we do need to have data centers. I don't believe, like, I believe we can engage if we say from a policy perspective, we're interested in having these standards. We're interested in inviting you to be part of the green energy revolution with us. We're interested in you working with us to get to this place. I believe that they can be partners, and I believe we need to work in partnership with them. And the truth is that industry would always rather have no standards than some standards. So it's natural that an industry would come and say, keep us with the tax credit and don't put any standards on us. But I think it's, on us to engage with them in good faith and say, we want you here. We need to have some help with these clean energy pieces because you are going to use a lot of energy and you are asking to streamline our processes. And so what could those numbers be that are reasonable for you?
Yeah, and just to conclude, I think we're going to have to build these centers, and so I understand from a policy perspective what you're trying to do to make sure, because the energy consumption is going to be tremendous as they grow and expand.
Yeah.
And we do need every opportunity to create new energy. I do think we do have to find a balance because we know that we're going to need to build them. We don't want to hamper it, but we also want to make sure that we're considering the climate. So thank you for having the conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for the bill. I wanted to touch on a couple of points. One, just circling back on Delegate Hornberger's question. Although it's not part of your bill, the existing statute around the tax credit already includes energy storage or energy efficiency technology. Okay. So we wouldn't have to amend that in for the battery issue. But I guess I wanted to ask a little bit about the fiscal note, and it talks about state revenues increasing to the extent that the sales tax exemptions decrease, right? So sort of assuming that these criteria mean data centers don't take advantage of the exception. Mm-hmm. That's not what you're trying to do here. You want them to take advantage of the exception with these criteria, right? Mm-hmm. So can you speak to, in that scenario, what you see the fiscal impact being, particularly as it relates to the requirements for Maryland wind or Maryland SRECs?
Yeah, so I think that if this bill accomplishes what I want for it to accomplish, which is that we do bring data centers here, and again, as I said, I'm open to like what the right numbers are, percentages and so on. We do bring data centers here. It actually would lead to not an increase in revenue because we would still be giving this tax credit. But what it would lead to is, because with offshore wind, for example, part of what we need to build more offshore wind, which we need because of its high capacity factor, which is necessary for data centers, we need a high capacity factor Maryland-based energy here if we're not going to build more gas-fired power plants here, or $1 billion worth of transmission. So where this bill would have savings is not in the state's revenue, but it would drive the offshore wind industry, growing the supply chain and really making that a more mature industry, thus bringing down the cost of offshore wind for all ratepayers. Similarly, by driving the solar industry, by buying solar in-state as opposed to RECs in Texas, it would have a similar effect of bringing rates down, bringing SREC prices down, because you'd be increasing the purchases in-state. But more importantly, there is this really complex question about if we need to build more transmission for data centers. Even though data centers will have to pay a portion of that, some of that is going to end up on Maryland ratepayers. And so the more we're able to have the storage that is balancing the load, the more we're able to have Maryland energy kind of taking up the load, the more those things are happening, the less, we're still going to have to build a lot of transmission, but the less transmission we're going to build. And then that is thus going to have less cost to ratepayers. I will say, you'll probably hear, if someone pushes back on that technically the drivers of the load, the data centers, would have to pay for the transmission. The truth is that's a fight that happens at FERC. And a lot of times drivers of load can make the case that they're not the only driver of that transmission. And so inevitably you end up with ratepayers having to take up some cost of that, even if the data centers take up a good bit of it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for introducing the bill, put the data focus in our center. And I really hope the data center proposed in Federal County can be built. I feel that's a good start. It's a new economy we're facing, and data center can be part of that high tech and maybe, as you said, high energy consumption business. And I'm wondering beyond that one, do you know any other data center maybe being proposed in other part of Maryland?
I think that the Quantum Loophole campus and the facilities in Frederick are sort of the farthest along, just because of the nature of the brownfield that's there, the transmission, that's kind of the farthest along. There are data centers in Maryland right now, just FYI, they're much smaller data centers. There's some that are tied to national security. They're just not the kind of at the scale that we're talking about right now. And I think Frederick really sort of drove this conversation because of the scale. I suspect there will be other data centers in Maryland. The location of Frederick also, its proximity to the Potomac and the other data centers in Loudoun has a lot to do with that. I don't know enough about the needs in what the other parts of the state kind of offer enough to be able to answer that question, but I suspect there would be other places in the state that would also end up with data centers.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no further questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. 2 unfavorables, Josh, Levi, and Andrew Griffin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Andrew Griffin here from the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in opposition to House Bill 905. You guys probably recall the 2020 session when I sat probably in this seat advocating for this committee and the body to pass the sales and use tax exemption, which the General Assembly did wisely. We at the time thought there was a real opportunity for Maryland to capitalize on the economic development opportunities, and there still is opportunity there from what we're seeing happening in Virginia. And so here we are 4 years later. I think we are still very much in the infancy of that economic development that we saw an opportunity for. I think evidenced by some of the discussion that's happened is how many data centers do we have, how many are coming online, how many, and I think the Quantum Loophole project really being the first one that was really attracted because of the sales and use tax exemption that the body passed. So I think the concern from the chamber is we are still in such infancy that, when we look at our incentive programs stacked up against some other states, we're layering on more than is required by others. And so to what extent does that disincentivize the economic development that we want to take advantage of? At the time, the Maryland Chamber did a economic impact study, which showed, some of the major counties could really benefit from local revenue because of this. And I think that those study estimates were low compared to what we're seeing. I think Maryland Tech Council study just came out and said that the annual impact on local revenues in Frederick County could be somewhere in the 40 million a year tone. So we're just concerned as to what is the line to when we begin to chase away that investment or not, when we're having the conversation of we need to fund priorities. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity. I encourage a favorable report.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Levy. I'm president of the Data Center Coalition, which is a membership association of leading data center owners and operators. Data centers are more than buildings. They play a critical role in the daily lives of all of us. If you've checked your emails, searched the internet, made a credit card purchase, or accessed a vital government service online, you've used a data center today. According to a PricewaterhouseCoopers study, nationally, data centers directly and indirectly support over 4.2 million jobs. In 2021 alone, data centers were responsible for a total contribution of $99.6 billion in federal, state, and local tax revenues. More and more states and localities are recognizing the benefits that data centers can bring to their economies in terms of jobs, infrastructure, and revenue, what it can mean for supporting schools and local priorities. Because of that, the competition for data center development is strong. And while there is substantial industry growth, with some individual projects now exceeding $1 billion, not every state is seeing significant investment. That's why in 2020, Maryland joined more than 25 states in establishing an economic development program that provides tax exemptions for qualifying data center equipment purchases, similar to tax policies extended to manufacturers in most states. This is an important part of ensuring that Maryland can be competitive. Since passing that bill, the General Assembly has also made important strides on sustainability and ambitious climate goals. This is a good thing. If I can borrow and adapt a line from Governor Moore, Maryland doesn't have to choose between a competitive economic future and a sustainable one, but to do it, the right approach is needed. HB 905, unfortunately, combines tax and energy policy in a way that will unintentionally make it harder to achieve Maryland's objectives in either category. Rather than continuing a tax program that levels the playing field for Maryland, it adds requirements which will likely push investment elsewhere, and it's doing it just as investment in Maryland is starting to seriously be considered. And rather than taking a whole of state approach to sustainability, it places additional burdens and uncertain costs on a single industry. Even though we are an industry that has been at the forefront of clean energy development, representing 4 of the 10 largest buyers. For these reasons, we respectfully ask for an unfavorable report on HB 905. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? We'll start with Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize. I was up at in a hearing in ENT, so I was not able to ask some of these to the bill sponsor. So I'm going to kind of try to turn them around and see if you guys know the answers then, okay? So as one of the 2 people probably in the room who have walked the site in Frederick County extensively, I was incredibly impressed. I had some concerns going into that. I had an open mind, but I had some concerns that were particularly brought forth from our farming community there. And all of the concerns by having that walk and listening were allayed because I was very impressed with the environmental concerns. Do you guys know, as far as environmental impact, what types of things that at least in Frederick County, like what they're planning to help mitigate? If you look at the Rowan piece that was submitted for testimony for us, they talk a lot about that. Do you guys know anything about like the plans as far as from that type of renewable energy, green energy, any kind of offsetting environmental impact, what the plans are over there currently?
Yeah, I can't speak to the project
No.
specifics.
Yeah,
Okay.
and unfortunately, I'm not able to speak to that
Okay.
project specifically, though I would tell you, I know there's been a tremendous amount of conversation with local stakeholders. There's been a study group that's been convened. And with any data center project, you have a lot of collaborative discussions and partnerships, not just with local government, but also with regional, state, and federal regulatory agencies and governments as you're building out a site.
Yeah, definitely very impressive. Do you, as far as what the plans are, do you think that coming to Maryland, how much of that initial things that were done in 2020, how much of that was a deciding factor in them coming specifically to Frederick County and all of the way that site is designed and developed and everything available to it around it? How much was the 2020 legislation available? And it's new. Has anyone fully used it at all? Have we even gotten to that point where that's happened?
So I would just, and I appreciate the question, but I would tell you from my perspective, it is essential that these kinds of programs be in place to provide that tax policy, given the large capital investments required. You know, as I said, similar to manufacturers that come in and it's similar tax treatment. So I would tell you that could be a very important factor. There are other factors that also are considered when looking at siting a data center: access to fiber, workforce, energy and clean energy, reliable energy, and a lot of other things. But I think it's very much in the mix, and I think it really is something that has unlocked Maryland as a place for consideration. I do not have any members that have facilities that I'm aware of in Maryland. The particular project that you're referring to is going to rely on data centers coming and actually purchasing or leasing space on that project. So at this point, it's just the development of the infrastructure and the land.
Right.
I would just add to that. It's a great question. I think it was mentioned earlier, kind of the boom that occurred in Virginia, I think after they adopted an incentive. I don't think we have seen that here. I don't know the reason for it quite yet, but I think even the fiscal note mentions there have only been a small handful of data center companies to even apply for the incentive program at this point. And so, it's still very early. So
Right. Well, and I think that speaks to letting this kind of play out on how much we're attracting before we start changing the formula that would be possibly more costly. And yes, it was $41 million that's estimated to be revenue for property tax in Maryland. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep. I do not have a new vice chair, but we do have visiting with us from the Economic Matters Committee, Delegate David Frazier Hildago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, I'd be honored. Mr. Levy, you opened the door to something. So since you opened the door, I'm gonna go ahead and explore a conversation. When you were talking about the governor's goals, does not the governor also have goals to reach net zero by 2035?
I believe he does, yes, sir.
So with the amount of electricity that is going to need to be generated in order to power the facilities, which I think everybody in this room all agrees and sees the benefit of data centers being developed. Like, I'm not here to talk about the jobs of the data center. You got me there. I'm not here to talk about taxes, local taxes and schools. You got me on all of that stuff. I'm all with you, right? On all of it. I guess the part that I'm trying to figure out is that if we have a goal to be net zero by 2035, and we add so much more need for electricity, then that goalpost has now moved substantially. It hasn't moved a little bit, it has moved substantially, and that's just with the one project, let alone if there are others. Again, love to see the projects. But when we look at those projects and we look at the fact that that goal marker has now moved, do you not agree or think that you should be helping to achieve those goals by having more skin in the game when it comes to actually producing and or storing electricity, not just consuming it, but also finding a way to help balance that sheet a little bit?
I very much appreciate the question and certainly did open that door, and I appreciate you asking. What I would say is the data center industry in particular has contracted more clean energy than any other industry. S&P Global tells us that 2/3 of all corporate procurement of clean energy right now is data center and data center customers that are inside the data centers. Data centers have been at it longer than every other industry other than the technology industry, which is conjoined in that respect. And data centers have established and are pursuing, and in some cases are already meeting much more aggressive sustainability goals than we've seen even adopted within some states. So this is an industry that has been leaning in strong on clean energy for a great number of years. It's an industry that has a lot of experience in contracting for clean energy. It's an industry that is innovating in terms of the different mechanisms, partnerships, and opportunities that they're exploring. And what I would encourage this committee to think about is bringing this industry into the state and leveraging this industry as a partner to help unlock additional.
With that said, I think that's a great idea. I think being a partner is a great idea. And the reason I say that is because do you have any idea how much money Maryland spends to bring in electricity from outside the state? In other words, in order to provide enough electricity for Marylanders, the 6.2 million Marylanders, do you know how much money we spend buying electricity outside of the state of Maryland every year?
No, sir.
$16 billion, not with a little M in my pinky, but $16 billion we spend. So the idea of coming in and doing what you're doing, again, is all great, but I'd like to see some of that investment come back to Maryland. Instead of buying, RECs in Texas, can you not do something in Maryland? I mean, if we spend so much money outside of Maryland, can you invest some in Maryland, maybe with future wind projects or solar projects, storage projects? It would be nice to see, not for lack of a better term, the easy way out, but like, if you want to be a partner and you want to have and help us achieve our goals, it would be nice if there's a little bit more buy-in. And I'm not hearing that buy-in. What I'm hearing is we're bringing the jobs. Yay, great. All good. We're bringing the tax base. Yay, great. All good. And that's all we're bringing. And then the energy part is kind of your problem. And so that's what's
concerning me because you've used the governor's name and you used partnership. And we're not going to reach those 2035 goals, the governor's goals. We're not going to reach those goals if we don't truly have a partnership. And buying a bunch of SRECs or RECs in general from Texas isn't going to help us achieve our goals. So I don't know that you need to provide an answer to that question, Madam Chair. But isn't it so that we need to, if you want a true partnership, let's talk about a true partnership.
Yeah, and if I may, Madam Chair, just very briefly, I know that a lot of our members prioritize doing solar in the jurisdictions where their facilities are located, where their teams live and work, and have been at that for quite a while. With respect to Maryland in particular, I noted recently that one of our members is responsible for the state's largest solar farm now, and it's being built on a former coal mine out in the western part of the state. So I would expect that as you bring data center companies in, you will find opportunities for that collaborative partnership. But I would also suggest it can't just be the data center industry or a single industry that's driving those clean energy solutions.
Agreed. But you would agree that a data center uses a lot more electricity than any other average like residential community.
Yes, sir. A data center would use more power than a residential community.
Okay.
I think there are other industrial uses, other commercial uses that could certainly help lean in on the clean energy.
That's right. So, okay, I will leave it there. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
This committee has never talked about energy. Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for testifying today. So just a quick question. So can you tell me about how you develop these sites? I know the bill contemplates a bunch of items to be built on a particular site. And if all sites are different, then how might this one size fits all approach be cumbersome?
I very much appreciate that question. I have 26 members at the moment, data center developers and owners. And this is not a monolithic industry. This is an industry where there is a lot of distinction. And I know we all think about data centers as buildings with servers. The deployment, the design, the types of computing loads that occur inside the data centers, whether you have one tenant or 400 tenants in a particular data center, there's so much variability around the industry, around companies, and around particular sites that one size fits all is incredibly difficult. And candidly, it raises a lot of uncertainty around which companies would be able to comply, how they'd be able to comply, what that would even look like from a design standpoint. And the only other thing I would add, sir, is that so much of the data center design and siting and location, it's driven by the customers and where the customers are at a given point and how they want to locate. So there's that collaborative discussion with customers and data centers.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Fair.
And I think these, thank you, Madam Chair, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both. I think that as Delegate Miller pointed out, this being in my county is the first conversation. I think that it's important that we acknowledge that, Virginia really is where we're looking at as far as both the positive outputs that we've seen from data centers, but also some of the downsides. And I just, as all of my colleagues seem to like to do, Google something. I went ahead and Googled the amount of energy it takes to power all of those data centers in Virginia, and it's the equivalent of 1.6 million homes. And so it's a substantial energy demand on our system, but that doesn't even leave me pause to go, okay, we should or shouldn't do this, right? That doesn't stop me from thinking that data centers are a good idea. My question, the reason I turned on my button to ask the question was I truly don't understand the full opposition to the bill. And so I would love to walk through the bill with you and understand where the opposite, if you oppose every single aspect of this bill, which is why you came out in strong opposition, because when I heard your opening testimony for both of you, I heard a lot of generic, this is going to harm the industry. This is going to harm our ability to grow. This is going to harm that people aren't going to come here. They're not going to invest in here. We're going to stop investment before it begins. So I'm going through the bill, trying to understand where that comes from. Section 2, page 3, line 3, section 2 required all contractors and subcontractors hired for the construction and maintenance pay the prevailing wage. Are you all objecting to that piece of it? Either one's welcome to answer.
So I think my testimony is simply when we look at other states who have adopted similar incentive programs, I don't know that I have the answer.
Yeah.
This is layering on requirements above and beyond what we see other states include to qualify for their incentive programs. So for the companies that have choices as to where they want to locate, when do they decide, yes, I want to locate or invest in Maryland, and when do they not? When do they decide not to? And so I don't know that I have that answer for you. My concern is this is more than we see in other states. Is it enough to make them say, I'm choosing not to?
What components, I guess, then of this bill cause you so much concern that you think that businesses may look at this and say, we can't compete with that. We don't want to try to deal in that market. Like so I go back. I mean, it's one of the more clearly listed bills I've ever seen. I'm amazed that such a complicated issue is so simply broken down here. So I'm just trying to understand, where do you draw the line that you see like this is going to be so onerous on the data center that they are going to look somewhere else? In your expert opinion, I'm not saying like you know for sure, but in your opinion.
I would just say my answer is I'm not sure, because I'm not the one making the location decision, right? I'm not looking at the finances saying this makes sense to locate here versus here. My concern is just that we're creating an obstacle when we attempted to incent people to locate here. Now we're creating an additional obstacle to make people take that additional thought and say, hey, maybe this isn't worth it. And I think that's the concern. I don't know exactly. The prevailing wage is the one. That's the one reason I'm not doing it. Or the battery backup, that's the one. That's the reason I'm not doing it. I'm not sure what the totality of all that is from the decision maker standpoint.
And the battery backup, just to be clear, if I read and please correct me if I'm wrong, the battery backup provision of the bill says that it should be 5% or more. So at 5% of backup, they have met the provision of the bill and they don't have to go any further. It's just insane. Like, all data centers have to have 100% battery backup or any variation of that. They said, once you hit 5% of all of your backup generation, you're good. We've reached our, okay. So I guess my general thought or question along those lines is we don't know, right? We don't know if businesses would or would not decide to invest in here. When we're looking at this bill, it doesn't necessarily prescribe that a business is going to look at this and go, I'm out. Is that fair to say? Like we truly do not know whether or not this.
I cannot tell you whether or not it's going to make that decision for them, but I guess my perspective is it would be a disservice if we found that out the hard way and we passed the bill and then they all say, I've now decided not to.
Okay. And I would just add, sir, the data center industry is one that is incredibly capital intensive, and it is with the idea that you are going to be investing capital for a long period of time in a particular location. And the thing that I hear most frequently from members across the country as we talk about public policy in particular, it's the importance of certainty, predictability, compliance, administration, those types of things that come into how does this stuff work and how does it work differently from other locations where I might otherwise site. And we hear that with some frequency because there is a lot of optionality at this point as data centers are deploying. Tremendous amount of investment that's being channeled. What you all did in 2000 was to match 25 other states. There's more at this, maybe 28 states that have decided that the tax in particular on the equipment purchases, which need to be refreshed so frequently, are indeed similar to manufacturers in many ways and ought to be treated in a way that brings parity and competitiveness so that the industry can make those long-term investments. This legislation now contemplates additional compliance, additional eligibility, additional qualifications on top of that. Qualifications which in many cases haven't been seen before in other jurisdictions, wouldn't be presented in other. I've never seen a 5% battery backup requirement, for example. So the question really comes down to one of predictability and certainty from an industry that is making incredibly long-term decisions here in terms of where they're going to site, where they're going to grow their workforce, where they're going to lean in a variety of different aspects. So I would encourage you to think about kind of the arc of we put this incentive in place a few years ago. The incentive is now grabbing the attention of some of the industry who are seriously considering bringing some investment to the state, and the state's now considering changing the program and some of the certainty that would have otherwise been associated with the program.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I'm just one last question, and that cuts into what you're talking about there, which is When we talk about technology, the technology that I experienced up to just January of 2023, prior to ChatGPT existing, is a completely different world that I experience today because technology changes. We, not as a state, but as a country, are looking at an energy crisis. And is it fair to say that this industry specifically is going to need to look at this holistically and look at ways of creating more green energy available, backup generators and things like that to keep these data centers operational, because that's the primary driver of the energy costs that are on our grid. And as a follow-up to that, do you see this legislation's intention as a first step in looking at that direction as to where not where the industry is, but where the industry needs to head?
If I may, Madam Chair, I would just respond, sir. I absolutely think that's fair. And I think, in fact, that's what the industry is doing now at locations, across the country and around the globe. There's a tremendous amount of innovation. There's a tremendous amount of technological evolution in terms of deployment of data centers, deployment of cooling technologies, deployment of all kinds of things within the data center with an eye towards how to again, continue to maximize energy efficiency, how to make sure that we have the clean energy deployed as quickly as possible, how to migrate from current backup generation to new technologies that are out there that have some promise. The key is to allow that innovation to occur, not to prescribe the innovation and how it occurs, in my opinion, and to set the stage. And I would encourage you to invite the industry to come to Maryland to help drive some of that innovation here. And I think you'll see some opportunity, and you'll certainly see some good collaboration when you bring the industry in.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for your testimony. I want to go back to, you heard the sponsor present her goal of trying to find a balanced approach, right? And balancing the need for data centers with our attempts to reach our clean energy goals and our climate objectives. So, if this bill is not the right approach, which I've heard both of you say, right? What is the right balance to strike to make sure that there is an appropriate offset so that bringing data centers to Maryland, which is something we want to do, does not actually set us back on our goals for climate for climate and emissions reductions?
I appreciate the question. I also appreciate your observation earlier that energy efficiency and energy storage are included in the statute, and that's exactly to try and unlock that innovation here. My recommendation, based on my experience, is to bring the industry to Maryland and then to convene and meet with the industry about the opportunities to lean in, along with other industries, partners, utilities, to discover and really push on the different mechanisms that are out there to advance clean energy and to advance clean energy in a collaborative way. Almost every discussion within our industry around those kinds of innovations and deployments, begins with discussions with the utilities, but it also includes discussions with public officials and state agencies and regulators and others to ensure that there's a path to actually roll out those kinds of new technologies as they're implemented, and to do so here.
So you don't see any sort of regulatory or setting conditions on the tax credit, right? Because to be clear, we're not talking about imposing requirements on data centers. We're talking about setting conditions for a tax credit, right? So you think that we should not be looking at any sort of conditions to go with the incentive that's being offered? Is that?
Again, I appreciate the question. My view is pivoting at this point, as Maryland is seeing this opportunity in front of it, signals uncertainty. It signals, I think, risk for folks that are considering coming in and deploying, in terms of how some of this stuff would work, what it would look like, what it would cost, and I think, importantly, it's new stuff that hasn't been, there is no requirements that we've seen that match up on some of the battery and other things that you all are contemplating in this legislation.
Even though these are companies that you've said are already leaning into green technology and clean energy and are supposedly some of the leaders embracing this, but yet saying this is part of what we want our data centers to include isn't going to feel like a match for them?
Yeah, even though I would tell you that the recommendation I put forward is to allow the industry to come in and invest, and then to bring the industry to the table to talk about how they can best collaborate, partner to meet mutual goals. And I'll just say again, our members have voluntary, very public, very aggressive sustainability goals in terms of how they're going to deploy, and they are leaning in on those goals in the jurisdictions where they do have their investment.
Right. And I think it's that that very public enthusiasm for clean energy and green technology that makes it a little puzzling when they then oppose these sorts of conditions. But I appreciate your answer. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Hornberger.
Chair, and I had to step out there for E&T. I would agree with you that most of the industry wants to sort of innovate and be free market. However, I do want to draw your attention to the Bitcoin mining community and some of the federal things that are getting negotiated right now. So we're expecting something from the Biden administration, I think, like by the end of next week, which basically is going to determine they have to start disclosing where they're getting their energy from. And they as an industry are trying to move more into the green renewable. So that's actually something that as an industry they've identified, one, to stay compliant, but two, because they want to be good natured for the planet. So are you speaking for the entirety of the industry? Are you excluding the Bitcoin miners? Because they seem to be doing what's not aligned with what you're proposing here today.
And I appreciate that question as well. And I'll just state clearly, our membership and our bylaws do not allow Bitcoin, crypto mining, crypto staking companies to, I think we view it as a very different industry, a very different business model, very different deployments, very different, generally speaking. So,
but they would potentially benefit and utilize this bill.
I'm not clear if they fall under the definitions under,
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that, sir. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Charcudian.
Just a quick follow-up. A comment about no other state does this. Are you in Virginia, are you familiar with the data centers that are considered advanced clean energy buyers?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with what the requirement is for offshore wind purchases to be an advanced clean energy buyer?
I am, yes.
Yeah, and what percentage is it?
I don't recall the percentage.
It's 15%. So I'm just saying, I think that there is clear precedent for 15% for a data of offshore wind purchase for a data center.
And if I may, I was intimately involved in negotiating that provision under the Virginia Clean Economy Act. It was not part of the incentive statute that's kind of the gate.
Yep.
And that was something that we had requested because our industry had procured so much clean energy prior to the enactment of the VCEA that we wanted to make sure that it was in sync with the state's RPS goals and recognized as part of that target. So we viewed that as an accommodation and recognition by the state of the fact that the industry was really leaning in on clean energy.
So would you say that shows that there is a way to do this? Because I think earlier you were saying there's not a way to do this because no one else has done it. I think what's shown in Virginia is that those who choose to purchase in that capacity, this concept of 15% offshore wind as part of the other purchases of clean energy that the data centers you're saying are committed to, we've seen that it can be done in other states, right?
Correct. That's the model
Okay.
that I'm recommending. Virginia had a very strong data center presence in 2020 when the Virginia Clean Economy Act was adopted. It was bringing together stakeholders, including the data center industry and other large users, and it was trying to determine collectively how the state's policies, not the tax policies, but the state's, clean energy and other policies could be calibrated to unlock and really encourage that kind of deployment. And we very much supported that legislation, and we were very pleased that we were able to get the accelerated renewable energy buyer provisions in that statute.
So if we took this and we put it in our Clean Energy Jobs Act statute. Would you support it then, the 15%?
I'm not familiar with that statute, but I'd
Okay.
certainly welcome the discussion and I've got some members I'm sure that'd be happy to discuss.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions, that concludes the hearing on. Oh, press the button, turn that off. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 905. Thank you to our ECM colleagues for joining us here today. Delegate Metzger, House Bill 1252.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished colleagues, and some of you a little bit more distinguished than the others. House Bill 1252, gaming study on video lottery terminals at Baltimore, Washington, Thurgood Marshall Airport. As I said, good afternoon. For the record, Delegate Rick Metzger from District 6. Simple bill. I respectfully request a feasibility study to be conducted to the study of licensing placement of slot machines at Baltimore, Washington International Airport. Just for the record, we put this bill in a couple of years ago, and if you remember, Delegate Bromwell many years ago as well. But ironically, this past summer, they came to me and said they're ready. And I think in your packet, you've got a letter from the aviation that they want to be first. And I just spoken to my good brother from the Maryland Lottery. They want to be second on it and in the feasibility study. But let me ask you a question. How many times have you been to the airport and just sitting around, particularly in delays and delays and delays? And this would be a great time to just be a little entertained from your boredom. But the feasibility study would give the opportunity for travelers to play in the machines, to bring real revenue to the state without raising taxes. This money could be used to fund the Blueprint of Maryland in the future. We're looking for ways to raise it. Originally, I thought the Lottery and Gaming Control Commission would be involved first on the feasibility, but Maryland Aviation Administration might be a better choice for them to take the lead as well. For those reasons, I have respectfully asked for a favorable state feasibility study request. I think it's very simple. We can raise a lot of money and have a good time doing it. How many times you've been to Las Vegas, or how many times you've been to Mississippi or some places? So this is a good bill.
Any questions for Delegate? Okay, thank you very much. Delegate Metzger, that concludes the hearing on House Bill 1252. Delegate Hartman, House Bill 1281. And you have Secretary Anderson, come on up. Mayor. Okay, hey, it's my job to call who the witnesses, not your job. Okay, well, that's my job, sir. So have a seat. And there's one virtual person. No? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Wayne Hartman with House Bill 1281, Economic Development, Tourism Zones, Designation, and Benefits. As you can see, we have a great panel here today, including Secretary Anderson, MML, and the who's who of tourism in Maryland. It's an excellent bill with no cost to the state. And as a former city councilman, I'm honored to present an MML priority piece of legislation. House Bill 1281 is enabling legislation to allow municipalities or counties to establish tourism zones. Tourism zones are defined in the bill, and if established by a local or county government, they can incentivize tourism-related businesses with real property tax credits, personal property tax credits, and exempt gross receipts from any admission or amusement tax. Tourism is a positive return on investment for the state. With every dollar invested in tourism, a $30 return is realized. I would remind you that this is at no cost to the state. It is enabling,
and allows local and county governments to opt in if this is right for them. I represent Worcester and Wycomico counties. In looking at my district, I feel that Ocean City probably wouldn't utilize this. But when I look at the neighboring town of Berlin, I feel that they're a town that may want to take advantage of the opportunities that are presented in this legislation. There's no opposition to House Bill 1281, and we have many letters of support in addition to this great panel. I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Secretary, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and committee members. For the record, I'm Kevin Anderson, Secretary of the Maryland Department of Commerce, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 1281. Allowing municipalities across Maryland to establish tourism zones will be a powerful economic development tool that will support one of our most important industry sectors. Tourism supports Maryland's amazing quality of life with world-class museums and attractions, delicious restaurants, rich history and culture, and a cornucopia of natural beauty. These are essential drivers of a talent attraction and retention. As we in the economic development sector work to attract new investment to the state, we rely on our tourism industry to help us show that Maryland is a vibrant, fun, inspiring, and beautiful place to be, not just for visitors, but also for residents. Tourism helps us sell around the world. It's also a major economic driver in and of itself. More than 43 million people visited Maryland in 2022 and spent $19.4 billion, yes, with a B, dollars. The overall economic impact of tourism was $30.3 billion, generating $2.3 billion in state and local taxes and supporting more than 187,000 jobs. And these are good jobs. I'm told that those that start in the tourism industry cross the $100,000 annual salary threshold more quickly than if they started in any other industry. And that's a great reason for us to keep growing and supporting tourism in Maryland. Establishing these tourism zones will enable local jurisdictions to grow their tourism economies, attract new investment, and bring new opportunities to their residents. I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 1281. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the House and Ways Committee. For the record, I am Mayor John Carroll of the town of Galena in Kent County, Maryland. I'm also here today as the president of the Board of Directors for the Maryland Municipal League. As I've traveled across the state over the last year, visiting about 120 of our members, it's a very common reoccurring theme that we are very limited in our tools, in our toolbox that we're working with here. And so what we're looking to propose today with this and request is a favorable opinion on enabling legislation that, again, as the delegate stated, does not cost anything to the state, but allows us to create our own economic destinies and encouraging local businesses to come through. Many of our members are very small communities that would not qualify for Main Street designations, enterprise zones, et cetera, through the state level. Where this would allow us to have a very similar product that we can determine the needs for in our own communities. So I ask for a favorable opinion on House Bill 1281. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and the esteemed committee members. For the record, my name is Janine James. I am the mayor of the town of La Plata, and I am also a board member of the Maryland Municipal League. And I'm going to do something today that is not in my nature. I'm not asking for money. I am asking for support. As Maryland's first bird city, I'm sure you all knew that, down in La Plata, it's one of the things that we're trying to attract more people to. And we are, Maryland, in La Plata, we are not an enterprise zone or an opportunity zone. So therefore, it precludes us from many opportunities for grants and for funding. With this tourism bill, this will allow us, enable us to do legislation that we could incentivize our businesses, therefore attracting more tourists down here to see Maryland's first bird city, and we are also Maryland's first stroke smart town. So this bill will also bolster local economies. We already know that tourism is a big business, from the beautiful ocean all the way out to Deep Creek and in between, there are so many little gems in Maryland that we could really, this bill will help attract businesses, whether it's lodging, dining, retail, event venues. All of these existing or new could benefit from this bill. The local incentives could be offered to stimulate the economy, attract new businesses, and increase employment opportunities. So therefore, I am asking you all to have a favorable report for House Bill 1281 because it is a win for Maryland. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Teresa Kuhns, CEO for Maryland Municipal League. This is one of our 3 legislative priorities before you, and you have 2 this year in your committee. So we thank you for having us back all in the same week. And this legislation actually has a unique opportunity to bring more revenue into the state. We pride ourselves at the Maryland Municipal League as partners with the state, and this bill is a result of that collaboration. We have 160 local governments as our members, and each have a unique story to share. When I look around the room and I think differently than most people, I see representatives of Bel Air, Annapolis, Frederick, Cumberland, Perryville. I see who you represent, and I think each of those cities could use this designation to not only bring in new visitors, but future Maryland residents, and all that benefits the state. And it helps benefit this most vibrant and most diverse communities in the state, which are our municipalities. So I urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matt Libber. I'm the Legislative Chair for the Maryland Tourism Coalition. We represent all the businesses in the state that are here to bring all those out-of-state visitors to Maryland to spend all their money. I have the unfortunate thing of going last on this panel, and Secretary Anderson stole all my fun facts, so I have to make some more up for you. So that 19.4 billion of visitor spending he talked about, that actually reduces the tax burden for Maryland households by about $1,000 every year. We are the 10th largest private sector industry in Maryland. We employ over 187,000 people in the state, and we collect $2.3 billion in taxes. That is the equivalent of the average salary of about 30,900 public school teachers. So we are very important to the economy of Maryland. As has been said, the tourism zones are a tool in the toolbox for local jurisdictions. It gives them the flexibility to use this how they see fit to best help their community. No 2 communities are the same, so it's important that they have that flexibility. There is one difference in this bill than the Senate side. I want to make a note of that. We did through Delegate Hartman and MML to agree to add counties to this. There was 2 counties that would have been excluded, Howard and Baltimore County, that have no municipalities in the border. But it also gives counties flexibilities to do this proposal in areas that are not incorporated. So those little towns that are not incorporated can still use this bill to bring in tourisms and new business to their community. As this MTC asked for a favorable motion for this bill. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions from the committee? Okay, Delegate Henson.
Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor and to the panel. I know that Annapolis takes advantage of several of our tax credit opportunities, like having an arts district. We also have a historic district. Would this be exclusive? Do they have to choose, or can you layer on these different things to really get what you need?
Absolutely. We only, it's enabling, so it's up to the local municipality to pass that ordinance, and you can add it on. A lot of our municipalities don't qualify for arts and entertainment or the Main Street, so this would be a great opportunity for them to have something if they don't, but they can add if they would like to.
Thank you for the clarity.
And you can also leverage with this too, so you can kind of add together with that. So it helps for additional incentive. As we're creating incentive, there'd be incentive for other programs.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I understand the enabling aspect of this. So this gives the county or municipality the ability to designate a tourism zone. And then once a zone is designated, everything applies, or is there discretion within that?
It's truly up to the jurisdiction. If they would like to offer incentives, is it simply just a designation to tell their story? We look at the post-COVID pandemic situation, trying to bring businesses back. So some will want to have a Main Street area designated to incorporate more business and bring them in. Some will just offer hey, we're not going to charge you a filing fee if we have a new business in this area. It really is a unique up to that municipality and or county, what is best for them. And we, of course, love that local government would have the enabling authority.
Okay, okay. I guess, I'd like to work with the sponsor to make sure that's, if that's the intent, to make sure that that's what's actually written here, because I could be wrong, but as I'm reading it, it looks a little bit like once you designate the zone, that kicks in a set menu of.
No, I would be happy to do that with
Okay.
you. It is enabling. They can pick and choose. It's
Okay.
à la carte. So if it's
Okay, and
worded in a different way, then certainly the intent is for that.
Okay,
And we can
great.
certainly work to fix it.
Okay,
If
thank
I
you.
can add, we also met with the comptroller and her team, and it's only local incentives, doesn't touch the state.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1281, House Bill 1204, Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. For the record, I'm Delegate Jessica Feldmark, and I'm here to present House Bill 1204. Several years ago, this committee and the General Assembly passed legislation to strengthen the eligibility criteria for a position to qualify for the job creation tax credit. And this bill would extend those same strengthened criteria to our other economic development tax credits that are based on jobs created, specifically in One Maryland, More Jobs for Marylanders, and enterprise zone programs. So by strengthening the eligibility criteria for a position to qualify, this legislation would help refocus our tax credit programs where our economic development efforts should be focused on creating, attracting, and retaining good jobs. Jobs that open pathways for career advancement, jobs that respect the rights of workers, jobs that support healthy families, and jobs that promote strong communities. The current standard in these programs is insufficient, so this bill raises that standard for a position to qualify for the tax credits from 120% of minimum wage to the prevailing wage or 150% of minimum wage. And it adds some basic criteria around training and benefits. So the bottom line is that the state of Maryland should not be in the business of subsidizing jobs that don't even pay a basic living wage. This bill will focus our tax credit programs on creating good quality, family sustaining, and community strengthening jobs. I respectfully ask for your favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you very much. My name is Donna Edwards. I'm president of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. I want to thank the sponsor for bringing forth this bill. We've been working on the issue of tax credits for at least since 2006. To guarantee that our business tax credits, when they say they're going to create jobs, that they are creating good middle-class jobs. I want to say that our business tax credits actually reflect our state's values. And what we use mostly are the revenues that we have in the state, and the revenues in the state come from two sources: income taxes and property taxes are our biggest revenues. And both of those are coming from middle-class families. And that's the tax credits that we use in order to extend to businesses that get credits for creating jobs. We think that people who are paying the taxes should also be able to have their investment in creating good middle-class jobs. And it's not saying that businesses cannot continue to pay at a certain rate, but it's saying that businesses that ask for credit and ask for tax credits, you can set the criteria for what that is going to be the standard for receiving those. So we strongly support HB 1204 in order to support Maryland's economies and Maryland's local economies. Thank you.
Questions, Delegate Young?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Feldmark, I just wanted you to repeat, what were those types of jobs we shouldn't be subsidizing again?
That we should or should not?
Should not.
We should not be subsidizing jobs that don't pay a basic living wage.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Buckle?
Did the math, so check my math. You're smarter at math, Delegate Feldmark, than what I am. But yeah, I don't rely on Eversolve for my math anymore. So, but the math would now say that if you're an employer that comes in that wants to qualify for more jobs for Marylanders, which is largely designed for what we call tier 1 counties, and you can be in other places, but tier 1 counties have the majority of the credit. You'd have to pay $22.50 an hour. I use my phone, not my brain, to do the math. So hopefully it works out. That works out to a salary of about $41,000 a year. If you're getting $22.50 an hour, which would be the baseline. Does anyone have any idea what the median household, not individual, median household income is in a place like, say, Allegheny County, that's tier 1?
So I, Delegate Buckle, do not know the median household income, but I do know that the United Way Alice report says that for a single individual to have a household stability budget, which means not just barely surviving, but having some financial stability so that a single car repair doesn't throw you off next month's rent, right? That for a single adult, someone would need to earn an hourly wage of at least $22.24. So I'd say $22.50 is pretty close.
Okay, so, but
And that,
when I look up, so the median household, I mean, statistics can tell a lot of different stories. So the median household income is 41,000. So, no, 44,000. I'm sorry. So 41,000 is what you would get with the job. 44,000 is what the average. Baltimore City's is 54,000. That's also a tier 1 jurisdiction. Somerset County's is 32,000. Wycomico is 44. Washington County is 50. So my concern is that, look, you can't live in Howard County on that money. I get it. Your houses cost an awful lot more than what ours do, and that's great. But what I'm saying is when we pass a statewide law for tax credits that were largely designed to help bring jobs to places that don't have a lot of jobs, and then we increase it so much, my fear is we're just not going to get any activity under the credit, because some of us that live in those areas, we live hard against other state lines. And what's the minimum wage in Pennsylvania? It's not anywhere close to $15. What it is in West Virginia, not anywhere close to $15. I'm not saying that they're right and we're wrong. I'm just saying that we're living in the world as it is. And if you're an employer looking to come to one of those areas and you're told, I can give you some tax credits, but only if you pay people a minimum of $22.50 and they have to be subject to union. I like private sector unions very much. Ms. Edwards lives in the same place I do, and I don't have any problem with private sector unions. But Pennsylvania, West Virginia, they don't have these rules. So I'm very afraid if we do this, we may as well just get rid of the tax credits.
so I guess I want to say a couple things, because I think looking at the median income doesn't reflect what it costs to live in that community. Right? The median income is not necessarily the cost of living. If the median income is below what it costs to live there, then that means we just have too many residents choosing between food and rent, or too many residents rationing medication because of the expense, right? Median income just means too many people in that jurisdiction are having a really hard time getting by because their income doesn't reflect the cost of living, right? So when you're comparing median income to the actual cost of living, they're two different things, okay? So I think it's really important to recognize that median income, if it's just barely enough for families to scrape by, then we need to work on raising it. And
We have to give people jobs in order to do that.
and we have to get them good jobs. We have to get them jobs that pay more than just the barely scraping by.
Okay.
Right?
So the tier one jobs in the 3 Western Maryland counties for more jobs for Marylanders, do you have any idea if any of them starting salary is 150% of the state minimum wage?
In terms of the current recipients,
Right. In terms of the people who actually
I
came to
I-
give people jobs.
I do not know the minimum wages in the minimum wages paid by the current recipients.
Okay. And that's a concern for me. I appreciate always working with you and we can discuss it more,
Yeah.
you know, as we work through the issue, but that's always a concern of things that are right for places that you can't buy a house for less than $600,000 are not necessarily right for people who live in places where you can buy a house for $200,000. And so that's where most of your money goes nowadays is your housing, your cost of living in that way. So I appreciate the bill and hope to get a chance to talk more about it with it if it moves along in our process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further question? Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1204, Delegate Feldmark, House Bill 1192.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I believe I have a couple witnesses. Thank you. Okay. House Bill 1192. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. For the record, I am still Delegate Jessica Feldmark, presenting House Bill 1192, which I am proud to say, while Delegate Buckle and I may disagree on the previous bill, he is part of the bipartisan co-sponsorship of this one. House Bill 1192 is about increasing opportunities for employment in our casinos. So as you know, our casinos have pretty strict existing regulations around hiring employees with criminal backgrounds. And what we are trying to do is more appropriately narrow those restrictions to positions that are actually related to the operation of gaming or to security services in the casino. If someone is working in food service or other jobs within the casino that are not directly related to gaming or security, then there's really no reason why a nonviolent misdemeanor offense other than a crime involving gambling should preclude them from that job. This will both help our casinos as they face the challenges of the current labor market and provide more opportunities for employment for returning citizens who are looking for a second chance to get their life on the right track and obviously need gainful employment to be able to do that. So for both of those reasons, we think this is an important improvement, and I ask for your favorable report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Feldmark. Thank you to all the other co-sponsors of this bill. My name is Michael Hashi, and I'm here today representing Unite Here, Locals 7 and 25. We're the union that represents workers at the Horseshoe, MGM National Harbor, and Ocean Downs, and we strongly support this bill to expand access to casino jobs. Through organizing and collective bargaining, casino workers have achieved high standards of wages and benefits, and these good union jobs should be accessible to all members of our communities throughout Maryland. Unfortunately, current casino license requirements are a barrier blocking many from accessing these jobs. Our union created a hospitality training academy with support from the Baltimore Mayor's Office of Employment Development to provide job training and placement services, and participants in our program have included returning citizens re-entering the workforce. In the past year, 3 graduates of our culinary training program applied for casino jobs, but unfortunately were denied licenses. That was after they'd completed a 3-week class with culinary skills curriculum that had been jointly developed with employers and designed to place people into hospitality jobs. Most of our members work in non-gaming positions within the casino, such as food and beverage and cleaning positions. And even though these jobs do not directly involve gambling, the positions still require a license. We filed a Public Information Act request with the lottery about denials specifically for these non-gaming positions, and found out that from January 2022 through December 2023, there were 244 denials involving non-gaming positions. And beyond the applicants who've been denied, we're also concerned that more could have been deterred even from applying by the licensing process. So we see this as a step towards access to jobs, towards equity. We support it strongly. We hope to go even further in truly eliminating all possible barriers to employment in these types of jobs.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members, Mark Stewart with Live Casino and the Cordish Companies. We'd like to thank Delegate Feldmark for sponsoring this bill, and we testify today in support of it and the expanding opportunities it provides for employment in the gaming industry. Nearly 1 in 3 American adults have been arrested by the age of 23, according to the National Institute of Justice. And research also shows that a criminal record reduces the likelihood of a job callback or offer by nearly 50%. A person's criminal record should not equate to a lifetime of social and economic disadvantage. House Bill 1192 opens the door to the gaming industry employment for justice-impacted individuals in a way that also simultaneously ensures the integrity of the gaming industry in Maryland. We strongly support the bill and encourage a favorable report. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Delegate Roberts. I was watching you like, am I gonna ask?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I just had a question about if this bill passes, which I hope it does, if the bill passes, is there a certain time frame to which after a returning citizen, say, received employment, could they move on up to something related to gaming at some point ever?
So not within this bill, but yeah, so this bill doesn't contemplate that specifically.
Okay.
But I appreciate the spirit of the question.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 1192. Delegate Attar, House Bill 1291. And you have Chris Adams, and let's see if we have someone virtually with us. Do we have Brianne, Dora? Yep. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members. For the record, I'm Delegate Dahlia Attar here presenting House Bill 1291. Last session, this body passed a bill authorizing sports wagering licensees and sports wagering operators that advertise in the state to contract with independent evaluators. House Bill 1291 changes one word in that legislation from may to shall, requiring the licensee and operators to contract with independent evaluators and not just authorizing. So why is this necessary? This committee knows very well the dangers of problem gambling. As lawmakers, our top priority should be ensuring our consumers are protected, should be ensuring we are protecting them from problem gambling. Studies have shown that there's an increase in problem gambling when it comes to sports betting. The data from this last year, which you'll hear more about from my panel, has also shown us why this legislation is crucial and why it's crucial to pass it this year and not delay. Both the lottery and casino gaming in Maryland have central monitor and control systems, but sports betting does not. And also the National Council of Legislators from Gaming States released a resolution on best practices that includes a specific provision relative to this bill. And in short, it says that we are to ensure that there are programs that audit and monitor the content of third-party marketing affiliates. And that's what this bill does. I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
My name is Brianne Dora Schwab, and I have been in the problem and responsible gaming space for 11 years and counting now, both at the state, the federal, and the international level. And I'm privileged to be here today on behalf of the Campaign for Fairer Gambling to offer our support of this legislation. According to the American Gaming Association's annual report for 2023, sports betting set an all-time high record of $10.92 billion. This is an explosive growth of 44.5% year over year. Some of this growth can be attributed to the 5 new states that went live in 2023. However, most of this can be attributed to the whopping $2 billion that was spent in advertising and marketing. That's an 8% increase. However, on the flip side, we know from a National Council on Problem Gambling survey that sports bettors tend to be younger, more impressionable, and 2 to 3 times more likely to engage in problematic play. Studies have suggested that these increased rates can be attributed to the frequent impacts from advertisements and the aggressive promotions that come with sports betting. The most prudent and responsible thing that a state can do is ensure that a neutral third party validates and certifies that these advertisements going into our communities and into our homes are not in any way compromised and are fair and transparent. Some states have taken it upon themselves to ban terms such as risk-free and require certain disclaimers, but more must be done. All gambling comes with risk, and consumers deserve to be protected. All those that profit from sports betting bear the responsibility to pay for the harms that come with it, and doing everything in their power to prevent harm from ever happening. This includes ensuring advertisements that power this very industry do not target vulnerable populations. I appreciate the opportunity today.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Chris Adams, the CEO of SharpRank, which is one of the independent evaluators of sports betting content and advertising. Every day, new news stories from the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, 60 Minutes, and others identify the growing concern around consumer protection in sports betting. Even my favorite news source, Saturday Night Live, covered it last weekend. Last year, Maryland implemented a licensing structure for independent evaluators. I'd like to hit on a few key points relevant to the implementation of that structure. Policy is often written to ensure the good actors aren't naturally enticed to become bad actors because the rules of play allow that to happen. The current landscape allows for just trust me as oversight, which is inadequate when profit motives are misaligned with consumer protection. This legislation creates a marketplace. Any company can choose to meet that criteria and apply for that license. In fact, most solutions for compliance in sports betting and other industries, offshore wind, ride sharing, and others, started this way. Geofencing started with GeoComply, and match fixing oversight started with US Integrity. Creating the market for independent evaluation will create competition. More established audit firms will, unfortunately, be my competition in no time once these oversight requirements come into effect. I've heard a lot of discussion around guardrails in gaming. We now have the learned experience from hindsight to fill the gap in the integrity chain that protects the consumer. There is a higher standard of care afforded to Maryland consumers when the activity is risky by its very nature. A structurally sound industry enables all key stakeholders to flourish responsibly. For your time.
And we will start with Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate, for bringing this bill and for the presentation. I do have a couple of questions, and I actually think that this is a bill that the entire committee needs to pay really close attention to. On your website, Mr. Can you say your name again? I'm sorry.
Adams.
Mr. Adams.
Yes.
On your website, for SharpRank, it says that you are the first and only independent evaluator in the sport industry. Is that still accurate and correct?
That's not accurate and correct. I think if you look, it does say industry leading at this point in time. We had to make that change for
Okay.
obvious reasons.
Well, I won't go back and forth with you about your website, but I'm looking at it right now and it says Sharp Rank is the first and only independent evaluator in
Okay.
the sport betting industry. So given that this bill is about us, not a may, but now making it a shall, forcing the sports betting industry to contract with an independent evaluator, it's my understanding that you are the only independent evaluator or you're not.
No, we're not.
Okay, so tell me about the other ones that exist.
Yeah,
So
so
just going off of the information that's on your site there.
yeah, exactly. So I think in the written testimony, there is another audit firm who has put forward interest in this work if it were to be required. The other groups that could do things like this consist of US Integrity, Odds On Compliance, and some of the other groups who do audits and perform this type of work.
So last year we put forth legislation that required the Gaming Commission to basically authorize organizations like yours. So yours is yours. Can you talk about, is yours one that has been selected? Are there others? Can you share where we are in that process and where your company is in that process?
Yes. So generally speaking, I think everyone is in a fact-finding stage. We are collecting documents and have had conversations with the lottery about exactly what we need to provide to obtain this license and so on and so forth. As far as interest from other companies, all I can say is, speaking for our company, we do intend to be somebody who applies for the license. And I know that there are others out there who have the exact same mindset. So if they have applied, I'm not sure. But as far as we go, we've had the conversations and trying to understand exactly what it is we're required to provide.
So you're still trying to figure out what information you need to provide to our commission in order for you to become sort of a licensed independent evaluator in our state. We're still in the fact-finding mission, but this bill would require companies like yours, would require the sports betting companies to be mandated to license with companies like yours, even though we haven't even identified yet just the basic information that's needed for a company like yours to be able to be licensed and authorized in Maryland.
Well, once we are licensed, yes, that's the gist of the bill. I do think, again, from the support that I've seen, this is not just something that is coming from any single source. This is coming from national associations who are pointing out that this is going to be needed in this industry, and it is needed in this industry. So as the bill currently sits, yes, it is, from my understanding, it is a requirement once those folks do become licensed as independent evaluators.
So can you talk about why this is not premature, this legislation, given again that we don't even have the basic information on what is even required of you to make you in good standing to do this evaluation in Maryland?
Yeah, so I don't think that the industry is premature at all for this type of legislation.
Why the bill is premature.
Right. I don't think it's premature, and if anything, it's proactive in nature, but I still don't even think that that's the case. I mean, I think what you're seeing from a lot of different states are different takes on advertising, different requirements and things like that. And this is essentially one way to go about doing it. So I don't necessarily view it as premature. I oftentimes I look at it as or hope that it's a proactive solution that stabilizes an industry that really, really badly needs some structural integrity to it.
Okay, I'll just close out by saying I think that we definitely need to get some information from the commission around who the applicants are and who qualifies. I would be extremely concerned if your website is correct and that you are the only independent firm that's able to do this. I think that we definitely have to take a look on who has been applying from the bill from last year and make sure that this is not a single source, basically a single source contract that we would be mandating in law. So I do appreciate your time, you answering my questions. Thank you.
Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I had some of those concerns, won't reiterate them, but the bill, as I understand it, doesn't do anything to regulate non-sports gaming licensees. So I'm not a huge sports gambler. I'd like to be better at it, but I'm just not. And so what I see an awful lot of is not just, advertisements from the 6 or 10 or 12 licensees, but from these services. So, if you type on and you say, gee, I want to check out who's playing college football this weekend, you're going to get hits for, Joe Blow's picks of the weeks are XYZ, hit on my website, Joe Blow's 17 out of the last 18 games, all those kind of things. And you're either paying directly for those for some people, here's my one pick. If you want to get the parlay, you've got to sign up for my website. Or they're generating money off of the clicks, the traffic, the potentially addicted gambler because they're selling advertising. But your service or the mandatory nature of your service would only apply to those people who are licensees in Maryland, not those people who are just offering gambling advice or encouraging people to gamble or telling them this is how you should be playing this week, because they're not licensees. They don't have a direct relationship with the state. Is that fair?
Yes, according to the bill, it's for licensees and operators.
Okay, so I think that, that's leaving out, that's sort of singling them out for this additional evaluation and cost, which maybe is feasible, maybe it's good, but then it's leaving this huge section of the industry out there. And, you get into commercial free speech, legal questions of how you can regulate that. And it really becomes a somewhat of a slippery slope. So I just wanted to see if that's the nature of things. My last question is, has any other state done this? So Maryland is, obviously not the number one sports gaming state. Has any other place done this so far?
This session, there are active discussions in 7 other states on this exact topic.
Okay, so nobody's done it, but it is out there. And then I apologize. My final question: iGaming. Would the same analysis apply to iGaming? So you would think like, gee, we need somebody to really evaluate if we were ever to do iGaming. We need to evaluate the operators in that space as well.
Generally speaking, if it comes to content, marketing and advertising, it would be something that our company could do, but not necessarily what the target of this bill is.
Okay. Thank you.
Delegate Ebersol.
Madam Chair, so on the topic of content, do I have this correct? One of the things that you would watch for, and I'm going to single them out just because they are popular and they're not doing this. If ESPN, and I have them here, okay, wants me to bet a certain way, it would be possible for them to have their commentators say, this guy's injured, or we're not sure he's going to play, and that might drive me away from that player or that team. This is the sort of thing you're watching for, right? Where content could drive betting in a way that would be beneficial to them.
That's exactly right. Where a market can be manipulated. And I think that's generally what the focus is to make sure that, quote, the dice aren't loaded.
Right. So now you're the watchers a little bit here. We don't really know much about you. So who's watching the watchers?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm hoping that through the licensing process and the Maryland Lottery would oversee us in a similar fashion to overseeing geofencing companies or anything else.
If the chair will allow it, I imagine State Lottery and Gaming might be put up to vetting you guys to make sure that you're good. I see they're in the room. I've done this to them before. I'm curious where they stand on being part of that, but I'm going to ask the chair's permission to bring them up if you want to.
Would you come up, sir? I don't even know if you've been paying attention to what we're talking about. You're probably preparing for your own hearing.
Is there another bill on lottery today? I hadn't looked. There you go.
Thanks again, Delegate Ebersol. For the record,
there was a certain amount of vitriol in that Delegate Ebersol there.
For the record, James Butler, Maryland Lottery and Gaming Assistant Deputy Director, Chief of Staff.
So the question is, do you feel like making sure that these companies are legit? In other words, they could become complicit also in, saying ESPN's fine, but MGM has got their, their radio show or whatever, and they're not, when in fact, maybe ESPN isn't fine, and maybe MGM is. So how are we vetting them for their, if you will, honesty on all this?
So let me begin by saying we have started to promulgate regulations to enact what occurred last session. So that promulgation process is going through. They were promulgated on December 29th in the Maryland Register. And those were done as emergency and proposed. So any applicant can apply at any time for this particular type of license. In Maryland Lottery and Gaming, we have a licensing division. We also have an auditing and a compliance division. So I would think that our auditing and compliance division would be looking into that. For the licensing purpose, they would be looking at making sure that they meet all the qualifications to be properly licensed in Maryland. After they're licensed, then possibly our compliance and auditing section could look into that as well.
Okay, and so I've seen your facility. You guys are well, you're in good shape there. So I'm hoping that this is something that you're willing to take on. It's brand new, so we're going to really have to be sure that we're coming up with a system of watching the watchers. Maybe we'll have to watch the watchers at the same time, but that we know, because gambling is about money, and people, as you point out, will do things to make the money. Last question. I think it is. I'm not positive. The question is gambling about money? I'm nearly certain it's true. Are there any other companies that have applied to be part of to be regulated by you here? You said you're taking applications.
Correct. We are taking applications. I'm not on that side of the house, so I can't tell you how many people have applied, but the process is open. Once the legislature passed a law, we started working on the regulations. So I'm sure Mr. Adams contacted our licensing division and got more about the process, and people can apply.
Okay, and so I'd have to walk over to the other half of the building for this one. Is that the idea?
Well, we can get back to the
I know.
committee.
So yeah, please do. It would be, there's some concern. The vice chair has pointed out that she's concerned about single source procurement. And it would be good to know that, unlike the website might be indicating, that there are multiple companies, because we're going to make people do this now. So we're going to make people do it. We don't make everybody shop at Safeway. Okay, we want them to shop where they think they can be treated best and get, it's reasonable for them, I would think.
Understand.
Thanks for coming up, Jane.
No problem.
May I, let me have a quick follow-up question.
Sure.
For you. So when did the application period close, or is it still open?
It's still open.
It's just a
anybody
rolling
can apply at
open-
any time. Correct.
Okay, so, okay, that's my question. So I think the committee would be interested in how many people have applied to date.
Okay.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. Is there a place I can find the regulations around advertisements and things that you would be evaluating?
Yes, so generally speaking, what we are looking at is any sort of content or marketing materials that is associated with a licensee. And so a lot of that would then fall back into things that are put forward with the Maryland Lottery or around advertising and things of that nature, as well as the content associated with those licensees.
Is there a place where those regulations exist that I can look at them and look through them? And because I had a lot of concerns about the advertising and marketing and push marketing and all kinds of things in our last week or so. So is there a place where I can look at all those, what is actually allowed and not allowed?
Yes, where you would find all of the regulations for your OSBs or your sports betting licensee holders. Oftentimes, and same pertains here for Maryland, those regulations are often broad in nature. So they'll say things such as shall not target minors, shall not target vulnerable populations, shall not be misleading. And a lot of that is now starting to arise within the policy debate, both here in the US and in other markets, and about the implications of those broad regulations that have many interpretations, right? A prime example of this has been, there's been a lot of attention around what you may have seen were these risk-free bets. They were appearing on a lot of advertisements. That's no longer actually seen in common ads because of the pushback from policymakers and constituents saying this was misleading. There's actually been class action lawsuits that have arisen. And while regulators do their best to enforce and to be monitoring all of these ads that are in our communities and online, to the other member's fair point is that it's hard to monitor all of them. Some sportsbook have thousands upon thousands of contracted influencers and affiliates to push daily marketing. Having someone that is licensed and also overseen by the regulator to help in monitoring this is something we have precedence for in the international sphere. There are auditors within the UK, in the Spanish market, as well as the German and Italian markets that we're talking about, ones that have been doing this a lot longer. And I apologize, that was quite a lot.
No, I appreciate it because I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to wrap my head around it because I have only found the broad things like you talked about. And it's very concerning to me, especially if we are moving into an iGaming or even just the online nature of a lot of the sports bets, sports books, and everything, to where you have we're talking about play-by-play gambling decisions. And so I'm sure there's advertisements that or push or some kind of notification, something that goes along with that really targets, or like you said, for our vulnerable populations, those that have either like one thing is where you're trying to pull out of, and then they send you the ad for, $150 to play free on this or play free on that. So I'm very concerned about this issue. And I just wanted to know, like I said, where I can look more at these regulations. So it sounds like it's something that could be definitely needed. And this would be anyone who advertises in the state. So even if their book is located or if their company is anywhere else, if they advertise in the state, they would be subject to these regulations and the evaluation and have to be evaluated. And okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, I did not see, sorry, Delegate Miracle North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Because I'm always kind of green on this subject. I want to make sure I understand. Who is Crab Sports and Clearview in relation to you in terms of like how the business works? I know they were both wrote in favor of this legislation.
Yeah, correct. So I think it just to run down what I believe to be is the favorable support. Crab Sports is a minority women-owned sports book located here in Maryland. Clearview is a very big CPA firm located here in Maryland who is interested in pursuing the work if it becomes a requirement here. And then I think there's Sports Betting Regulators Association has put forward a letter of support as well as saying that they are going to look at this in all the different jurisdictions that they cover. Yeah.
So it looks like, just to be clear, since Delegate Miracle North brought it up, that Clearview and Crab Sports essentially sent in the very same letter. So perhaps a template form. So, okay, thank you. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1291. House Bill 1294, Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the wonderful Ways and Means Committee. Oh, and of course, Madam Vice Chair, my fave Black Caucus Chair. Here on behalf of House Bill 1290, y'all don't baby don't mind. Here on behalf of House Bill 1294. Now listen, everybody has a computer in front of you. So those of you who aren't doing something else on it, I'd like for you to follow along with me on a little journey. It's not a long journey. I'd like for you to go to grok.com, GROQ.com. For those of you who have never used any artificial intelligence, you are about to now. Because one of the things I realized in talking to folks is they just haven't had exposure. And one of the primary things that we need to make sure as we talk about upskilling our workforce, as I had the whole speech yesterday about AI and education, the way that you're going to learn and understand it is to use it. Gronk.com is essentially a chatbot like ChatGPT. But for those who have never used it, you'll get an experience on what it's capable of. Those who have used something like ChatGPT, I'm looking at you, Delegate Fair, check out the speed. And one of the reasons that I bring up this specific example is because this bill is about, again, this bill is what I like to call the AI for all bill. It provides for a tax credit of $50 for every Marylander who uses a paid subscription for some sort of an AI tool, like a ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, or Google Gemini, or the like. And there are a lot of different ones. This one I referenced, though, because what I'm trying to impress upon everybody is that AI is not just about the consumer-facing piece, but also the entire supply chain that has to power it. We talked about data centers earlier. That's part of that supply chain. And Grok.com, they have taken the opportunity to not only build the consumer-facing, but also build out their own chips, their own infrastructure. And that's why, Delegate Fair, you'll see the performance that they have because it's all a vertically integrated system. But that's just for those who geek out like me. January 8th, we know that our governor put out an executive order as it pertains to artificial intelligence to try to update our government, among other things. And so, again, the point today is to get you all to understand that we need to be pressing forward as best possible. The bill does three things. The first thing that it does is it does the tax credit, as I previously stated, for every Marylander. And I'm going to come back to that because obviously that's going to be a large bill. And I actually would like to amend that down to be an AI for teachers bill. And I think that the money that is already allocated in the bill should be more than enough to achieve that, which takes me to the second piece of the bill, which it takes money from the cybersecurity tax credit that we spoke of earlier, which is a $4 million appropriation, and it redirects it to be a tax credit for this purpose. And why am I doing that? Because in December, the Department of Legislative Services put out a report that talked about that previous tax credit and its underutilization. $4 million appropriation over the last few years has only been used to the tune of $400,000. And every year we're appropriating that $4 million. And so the Department of Legislative Services, in its first recommendation in that report, says that the General Assembly should reconsider that tax credit, potentially terminating it and potentially doing something else with that money. And that's what I'm here to do today, potentially. The third thing that the bill does is actually try to work on some revenue generation. It seeks to define these same artificial intelligence tools as digital products under Maryland Code and thus taxable under Maryland Code. I'm currently in conversation with the comptroller about that definition. I want to thank our counsel, George Butler, for his excellent work on this bill, helping draft it, and also with conversations with the comptroller's office. They seem to think that our definition may be sufficient and that I might not need this definition clarification in the bill. But again, my intent is to make sure that we know that we're able to tax these things. If the comptroller is saying we can tax it under the current definition, then I will take this out. But here's what I know. I've been paying for ChatGPT for the last year, and I have not paid a tax. So either it's a clarification in definition or some sort of a clarification in our implementation and capturing. Whatever the answer is, I'm going to be working with the comptroller on that, and I'll update the committee as that conversation matures. But again, we need growth in Maryland. We need to spur our tax base. We need to protect Maryland jobs, workers, and entrepreneurs. We need to enhance our population with artificial intelligence to accelerate productivity. And frankly, as I stated yesterday, AI in the next 5 years is going to increase global GDP at a minimum of 10%, which I referenced yesterday could mean something like $7 to $10 billion in the Maryland General Fund. AI is disruptive. It is disrupting, but it's also enhancing. It's also accelerating. And we have an opportunity to position Maryland in this very ripe and real industry that is going to be growing in a significant way. So to conclude, once again, this bill seeks to create this tax credit for Marylanders. Again, I would like to amend it down potentially to an AI for teachers as opposed to AI for all as a consequence of our fiscal situation. It addresses the tax credit that's not being used, and again, seeks to ensure that we are capturing those tax revenues moving forward as this industry expands. So thank you all for your time, and I will turn it over to Amy on my panel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Amy Brennan. I was here yesterday as well. I'm the COO and Chief AI Officer of Avantiv Solutions. We are a customer service organization that handles phone calls for Fortune 100 companies, either in the telecom, healthcare, or veterinarian fields, multiple customers. This is how my company has implemented AI, which applies to the educational system, because we also have to bring on, train, and educate people. So we have implemented it in our training classes, which are 4 weeks long, to make them more interactive, more engaging, and gamified them so that our graduation rates in our classes have increased from 61% to 88%. So our applicants are more successful. Once they start taking calls, our system is able to analyze every single one of those calls to make sure that they're meeting all the compliance. Understand that before this, with people doing the listening, we were able to listen to 2 calls weekly and look for errors and opportunities to improve. We now listen to 100% of their calls and are able to give them more unified feedback, again, ensuring that they're successful in their jobs. We've been able to create knowledge bots that you could use in a classroom that kind of rides along while you're doing your call or lesson plan and gives you suggestions based on certain questions or how the flow is going. It tends to help drive, here's where you need to go next, and here's what you need to look at next. In addition, the AI has helped us roll out yearly compliance testing and making sure that we stay significantly aligned with our audits at PCI, HIPAA, ISO 9000, to maintain the healthcare compliance certificates that we have, and again, control everything that's going on in the company. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Delegate Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor. Again, thank you for your leadership in this area with AI. One of my concerns has been, how do we continue to keep revenue if we have a workforce that can be, I say replaced, you say supplemented, by artificial intelligence? And it sounds like with this bill, you are thinking of strategies on how we can continue to stay revenue positive, but how we can also embrace the emerging artificial intelligence technology. Am I understanding that intention correctly?
My intention is to make sure that all Marylanders have the best skills to be global citizens and lead the global economy. And if we take the opportunity today to step out before the rest of the country, before many other countries, well, there are countries that are already taking a lead. And so we have the opportunity to be in that first tier, or we can wait and be in a different tier. What I believe is that the skills and the tools that folks are going to be able to develop, the tools they'll be able to use, is going to give them a skill set that many of us may have gone to school for 4 years and 6 years for. But an individual now will be able to, just the reality, people will be able to, Tyler Perry recently said on Instagram that there are going to be people that create his sets that are not going to have a job because he can use OpenAI's Sora to create the entire thing, an entire scene in a paragraph, right? Like, that's just the reality. And so how do we make sure that Marylanders are the ones that have those tools sooner than everybody else? So we can take advantage of that first mover's advantage. That's why we talked about it with education yesterday. Today, we're talking about it for the entire workforce. But again, focusing, if we change the tax credit, focusing on teachers, because I think that teachers are, again, educating our future workforce. And again, that's a group of people that we certainly want to protect at the onset as teachers. And so, so I think my intention would be not a matter of replacing, but rather making sure that we can't be replaced. And we might even be doing the replacing.
So I think I understand clearly your rationale for the tax credit portion of the bill. Let me maybe ask it this way. What's your rationale for taxing the AI technology itself?
Yeah, we need the money first and foremost. Let me just
Okay.
make it plain. But also, I see it as an equitable way to tax. You know, people who are paying for these services today have the disposable income to do that, and so in doing so, you're not going to have a negative impact on folks with lesser means. But even those who may not have as much, we're talking about a $1.20 on a $20 per month subscription. So it's really a small piece on the sales tax that folks might be able to take care of. At the end of the day, this is a growing revenue source. It may be small now. Again, I just exposed everybody here to a chatbot. Some folks in this room may not have ever used a chatbot. They may use it today, and they will certainly continue to grow and use it. And when I look at Delegate Miller on to your left, I show her some things, and I think she's been using it ever since. And that was just a week or two ago. And I think she's a firm believer in a lot of ways. And so it's like, again, the opportunity is that when you expose people, then they see the value. And certainly especially for those individuals who have challenges or concerns about what's to come, the way that we solve and achieve solutions for those concerns is first through exposure. And that's the goal here.
And final question. A few years ago, we embarked on taxing digital downloads. I remember during that debate thinking my son, who was then a teenager, that he hadn't walked into a GameStop and purchased a video game cartridge in years, that everything that he was doing were these in-console, in-app purchases. And so to tax that the same that we would a brick and mortar store that's selling a cartridge, in my mind, it made sense.
Mhm.
It since had litigation and it's had its own story. But do you see this bill and the taxing provision in it consistent with what we did with digital downloads or somehow different?
I think it's different in the sense of digital downloads was a transition from a physical to a digital, and you don't have that transition here. So I'm not sure if it's analogous in that way. But what I will say is that, the reality is more things are going to become digital. There's less things that's going to be analog or manual as AI and robotics expands. And so we're going to have to rethink our tax structure in a significant way and how we capture those taxes. If Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I do, since Amy did drive all the way down here, I do want to give an opportunity to answer your last question. I think she might be helpful in some understanding about how she's able to leverage AI and not necessarily replace workforce.
So in fact, some of it has driven more business. And one of the examples is there's an initiative out with CMS and Health and Human Services to reduce hospital readmission within 30 days. We have automated outbound calls that can call and ask 5 simple questions. Have you seen your doctor? How are you feeling? Did you get your script filled? And if at any point in that call, there's an indication that something has happened that is not optimal, that call is routed to a live human being who then captures whatever adverse event is happening with that patient, notifies the doctor. And Medicare has indicated that the savings for hospitals, the reduction on nurses' time can be a 23% reduction through outbound touch points. And that's a staggering $35 billion savings nationwide. Additionally, to follow up on what Delegate Young said, this is the time for you guys to get and step into this. I have new employees joining all the time that are digital natives, that have grown up with it, that I think their hands are permanently like this. Look at me. I am the Chief AI Officer. I am not a digital native. I know that's surprising. You should all look surprised right now, please. Thank you. It is so timely to learn this and so intuitive that this is the time to grasp it because we're all learning together and not being left behind.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Young, you really brought up a very good topic. I think the problem may be too broad. Anytime you pick up your phone, you may use some artificial intelligence, right? Or you open your Gmail, they actually use artificial intelligence algorithm to detect whether there's a spam or not.
Sure.
Or you open your computer, or anything you do involve electronics, website, anything probably involves some kind of artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithm. So you basically cover everybody's everyday life. Right? You walk in the store, they have an algorithm to detect your face or detect their person coming or not. That's really broad and deep. I just wonder, is that the intention, or you want to narrow down to something you feel we can do?
Clarify what you mean, what's broad and deep. I'm unclear where, you're targeting the question when it comes to it.
So basically, everything we do right now online or use our phone, right? It involves artificial intelligence. And you want really charge some fee on using that, everything we're doing right now?
Yeah, so great question. And I wouldn't say everything, but there are tools that have certain like subscription models that I'm considering, that I'm specifically focused on. So when I look at ChatGPT, Perplexity, Midjourney, you know, these tools have, you know, you have the free versions, which have a certain capabilities, and then you have a paid version, which has additional capabilities. And so the idea is to tax those paid versions.
So you want to focus on generative AI, is that right?
In the examples I've provided, yes, I'm talking about generative
Okay,
AI.
okay, that'll be very specific. Right. Otherwise, think about it. When we use the YouTube service, they use the artificial intelligence to generate the caption, right? Everything we're doing, there's the algorithm behind. So if you said you want to focus on generative AI, I think that probably make more sense because it really replaces humans in terms of writing, editing, many other stuff, right?
Right. So I agree. Yeah, I would say that in the concept that I'm thinking about right now, and that's not to say that that's where we should stay though over time as we get a better understanding as a collective. But today I'm focused more specifically on generative.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I have just a quick, I don't know if it's a question or a comment. So you said go on Grok, and I did. So I didn't know what to ask, so I just said, who is Vanessa Atterbury?
Nice.
And so it said a bunch of accurate things, but then it says she was elected to the Senate in 2022. That's inaccurate.
Absolutely.
So if you could just, either one of you, speak to like the accuracy of these types of platforms, I would appreciate it.
So first off, excellent question. I'm actually kind of glad that you were able to do that. So thank you, Madam Chair, for doing that and, you know, providing that opportunity to talk about the inaccuracies. That's part of the exposure and the need for everybody to have that understanding. If you scroll to the bottom of that page, you'll see the disclaimer that talks about not being, or folks should not rely on it for accuracy purposes. You know, it says that, I'm not using the correct words, but you see what I'm talking about. And that's part of the education. Part of the education that folks need to understand is, you know, it's garbage in, garbage out sometimes. You know, if you don't have specific information, it's not going to pull specific information, and it may hallucinate and create information. But that's why we want to build out, as we talked about yesterday in HB 1297, creating those guidelines, creating those professional developments, so that way folks understand best practices. They understand that they have to go and reread things before you submit it and make sure that the accuracy is correct. But what's also true is there are, you know, for instance, the paid version of ChatGPT allows you to upload specific documents that you can thus reference, which I think Amy could talk to about, you know, some of the policies that she has to stay in compliance with. I use it for legislation. I use it for the code. I'll upload the criminal code, for instance, and then ask it, you know, to talk to me about what some of the crimes are and what some of the penalties may be. When a chatbot has that specific information to reference, you see a little bit higher accuracy. But when it doesn't, then you'll see where those hallucinations come more prevalent. So if Amy could just talk really quickly about some of the uses she had.
Yeah, the short story is you can corral it. You can tell it where to draw information from. So when I'm working for my clients, they have pages and pages and pages of very detailed, specific information that they want relayed if asked. They don't want wild blue yonder. So I can tell it in the knowledge bot version just to go to this library of reference material and nowhere else. And so I can get a much more specific and accurate return. What you're doing right now is kind of free form.
Right.
Everything's in play, but you can corral it and limit where it draws information.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, committee.
That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1294. Delegate Howard, House Bill 1344.
I think I was one unfavorable.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I apologize. Sorry, Delegate Howard. So we are still on 1294. Mr. Fiastro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And frankly, I've been in Annapolis now for 15 years. I don't think I've ever seen a bill sponsor invite an opponent up to the table to testify. So you see something new every day down here. Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Fiastro, and I'm here to represent the Cybersecurity Association of Maryland, otherwise known as CAMI. CAMI has over 600 members, numbering from solo owner operators all the way up to Fortune 500 companies. And we're here today to request an unfavorable report on HB 1294. Now, we've had the opportunity to meet with the sponsor and had wonderful conversations about AI, but this tax credit, as contemplated in the bill, displaces the existing purchase cybersecurity tax credit that CAMI members benefits from. We have had the opportunity to review the December 2023 report that was cited in the delegates' testimony, and we would agree that the existing tax credit in its current composition is underutilized and does indeed need modernization. Within that modernization can and should include artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence services. Cybersecurity, as it continues to grow, is more reliant on AI services. And so AI will continue and grow in its importance in terms of offering cybersecurity products and services. This assembly is considering 27 bills this session about AI. We will continue to talk about AI. The CAMI is interested in revisiting AI and cybersecurity tax credit. We have committed to the sponsor to work with him over the interim to modernize the existing credit. And with that, Madam Chair, we remain positioned unfavorable, but we do indeed look forward to working with the sponsor and over the interim to come back to this committee with a better product. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Now that concludes the hearing on House Bill 1294. Delegate Howard, House Bill 1344.
Good afternoon, colleagues. For the record, Delegate Seth Howard. Here, very pleased to present House Bill 1344. This is an income tax credit for the purchase of long-term care. This bill alters the existing one-time income tax credit for a long-term care premiums. Under the bill, the credit may be claimed only with respect to policies purchased after December 31st, 2024. And the credit may be claimed in any taxable year in which the policy is in force. I structured the bill in such a way that for tax years 2025 and 2026, the maximum value of the tax credit is $250. And for 2027 and beyond every year, the maximum value of the credit would be $500. Right now, there's a one-time $500 purchase tax deduction for the purchase of long-term health care insurance. The nexus for this bill is the fact that almost 30% of Marylanders in 2030 will be over the age of 60. That's 1.8 million. We don't have the infrastructure or resources to deal with that. This is an attempt for us to get folks to purchase long-term health care insurance so that they could stay in the homes and the communities that they built. Quite frankly, it's very, very simple and direct. In an attempt to be a little sensitive to the fiscal note, I'm definitely willing to talk to any subcommittee about amending out folks over the or under the age of 45. I think that would reduce the fiscal note significantly. And for example, I talked to a friend of mine. He buys it for his son who plays football in case he gets hurt at 17 years old. I don't know if they need a tax credit for that. So I think that might be a good conversation to have. Also to maybe looking forward to some type of annual tax credit of $250 a year, but anything that we need, that we can do to get folks to start to purchase this insurance. These premiums, I'll be 50 next month. And when these premiums start to kick in at about 50, as far as pricing is concerned, they're very expensive. They're $250, $300 a month, depending on your health. But again, so that's the nexus of the bill. That's what the bill does. And we have an aging population, and it's coming up. And really, quite frankly, I just want us to try to get ahead of the eight ball, so to speak. And with that, I can turn it over to Paul Schwartz.
My name is Paul Schwartz, and for the record, Madam Chair, I would have voted for you in 2022 as Senator. I am state legislation chair for the, and that's true, actually. I am state legislation chair for the National Active and Retired Federal Employees. A couple of weeks ago, I testified before this committee in support of Vaughn Stewart's bill, HB 218, but that was somewhat limited. It was designed to address an inequity for a specific group of taxpayers, 85 years and older, who purchased long-term care insurance in 2005 or prior. This bill, 1344, is designed to address the full economic impact on Maryland's budget on the high cost of Medicaid and nursing homes. As I previously testified, Medicaid accounts for more than a quarter of Maryland's budget. Nursing homes account for a major portion of Medicaid. Anything that helps keep Marylanders in their homes longer by delaying the need to enter nursing homes will have a positive impact on the Maryland budget. 1344 does just that by providing a phased-in annual tax incentive to not only encourage the purchase of long-term care insurance, but just as importantly, if not more so, enable purchasers to keep their insurance when they reach the point that they actually need it. And as mentioned in previous testimony, you cannot rely on the fiscal note alone because the fiscal note does not reflect the complete cost associated with the bill, since legislative services does not factor in any cost savings to the state as a result of that delay of entrance into nursing homes. They simply check the controller's box and take a hard count of lost tax revenue. My estimate is that this would save multi-millions of dollars. And I base this on the simple fact that a year in the nursing home costs on the average over $100,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? I'll just say thank you, Delegate Howard. We do have several of these bills, and I do think it's important. I remember some years ago, my parents, I mean, they're not at that point yet, but they started talking to me about long-term home care and insurance. And more recently, my significant other's father has become really, really ill, and he had to go to a rehab facility, and they were looking at nursing homes. I mean, they're talking about like 15, 20,000 a month and charge for like every single thing you do. So it is an important issue as our parents' age, as our loved ones' age. So I appreciate the bill.
Thank you. And if there's any further conversation, I'd love to be a part of it.
And I learned that you went hunting in Alaska today. That's interesting.
So I spent 3 weeks in the backbush of Alaska.
Wow.
I do that pretty regularly. That in Ontario, and I've got property in Pennsylvania, but
Interesting.
we were about 80 miles out. So the only way I could let everybody know I was safe was from sat phone.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. That ends the testimony on House Bill 1344. Delegate Smith, House Bill 1203.
Hello, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the House Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Stephanie Smith, here to present House Bill 1203, and it's concerning economic development, and the title is Strategic Infrastructure Revolving Loan Program Establishment. So this bill is intended to catalyze private investment into our communities and return underutilized properties back into productivity for our communities and economy. By making targeted investments into real estate and infrastructure projects that support transformative placemaking, transit-oriented development, community development, and/or inclusive and equitable economic growth objectives, we can advance goals to support infill, redevelopment, and revitalization across the state. We need a link between the private and public sectors that can build a pipeline of investments to support large-scale transformative projects. The extensive experience of the Maryland Economic Development Corporation, better known as MEDCO, in real estate development and bond financing makes them uniquely positioned to operate the proposed loan program. Loans would be used to address significant pre-development and initial infrastructure-related project costs. Without this assistance, proposed projects would not move forward given overall development costs and commercial lending constraints. The loan program will generate positive revenues for the state and local jurisdictions by spurring private investment into real estate development. I do have a really amazing panel that would give you further details about the types of projects that could be impacted across the state, but I do request your careful attention and consideration and hopefully positive support for House Bill 1203. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Terrific. I guess I'll go. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the House Ways and Means Committee. I'm Tom Sadowski. I'm Executive Director of the Maryland Economic Development Corporation, and I thank you for your consideration of this bill. Delegate Smith, thank you very much for your leadership in taking up this matter. We've been very much inspired by the governor's words and vision for Maryland's economy, one that's performing closer to its potential and not leaving anyone behind. And moved by that vision, MEDCO went out and worked with its public and private sector partners in identifying sites throughout the state that were woefully underperforming. Many of them not even on the tax rolls, abandoned hospital sites, former military facilities, or vacant federal office projects, projects that could accommodate tremendous economic opportunity, not only for employment, but even communities, residences, and what have you. So we identified those sites and looked at the various challenges and partnered with many of our colleagues in government, DHCD, Commerce, and MDOT, and then brought in some of the best from the private sector, investors, developers, and bankers to really identify how could we address the challenges. And as Delegate Smith aptly put, they just presented so many significant pre-development or infrastructure-related challenges. It just made it untenable to move forward with their business plans. And the bankers and investors weren't interested in helping address those needs. So we devised this mechanism that we think is a transformative one that guarantees repayment within a very short period of time, and then provides resources to go out and invest in the next project. So with that, we've invited a lot of our friends from the private sector to testify on behalf of this bill, and I'll defer to them. But thank you very much for your consideration, and we urge your favorable report on House Bill 1203.
Thanks, Tom, for including me on your panel. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Teresa Stegman. I'm a development director with MCB Real Estate. We are a Baltimore-based developer with over 14 million square feet of assets under management. What many may not know is 450,000 square feet of that is development in communities that the U.S. Treasury refers to as severely distressed, meaning high poverty rates, and lower AMI. And we've been able to deliver 2 grocery anchored shopping centers, a federally qualified healthcare center, and market rate apartments. These projects are incredibly impactful. They've created hundreds of jobs, both permanent and construction jobs, deliver community goods and services, and have added to the tax base. But these projects would not have been possible without state grants, without federal new markets tax credits, and other public partners coming to the table. And oftentimes, with these urban infill sites, such as Northwood Commons, Yard 56, development we're working on right now called Reservoir Square, the former Madison Park North site, There's often a lot of infrastructure challenges where you have to either upgrade or totally replace the existing infrastructure because it's undersized. You are going into the roadway and trying to connect to 100-year-old pipes that your 50-year-old provided plans don't show. So there are a lot of challenges that come with these projects that increase your cost over what a typical market rate project would require. And when you combine that with the appraisal gap that faces many of these neighborhoods, it's often, an insurmountable challenge. And as a result, many developers just pass these opportunities over. I've been doing community development for the bulk of my career, and a lot of times the bank loan is only 40% of your capital stack. So you have different sources. But this loan program would be a tremendous tool for the toolkit, act as a bridge where we do see that gap, and we can continue to deliver these amazing projects to our most deserving communities. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'd like to express my gratitude for giving the opportunity to testify in this innovative piece of legislation, House Bill 1203. And I'd like to thank Delegate Smith for proposing the same. My partner, Justin Ross, long ago was a member of this esteemed committee, and he regrets he's not able to be here with us today. Well, I'll soon speak about a project I'm currently working on and how the strategic investment revolving loan program that would be created by this legislation would provide very positive and meaningful benefit. I'd first like to share my opinion on this legislation grounded in my prior job working on economic development in county government. Before I joined the private sector, I worked for the duration of County Executive Rashawn Baker's administration on economic development. And from that perspective, I cannot begin to tell you how beneficial this legislation would be to helping to bring quality projects to fruition. Specifically, there are many examples too that come to mind as the construction of the new UMS Hospital in Largo and Riverdale Park Station, home of the county's first Whole Foods market. As I read those words, you're reminded of the projects that happened. You're not reminded of the projects that couldn't get off the ground. And a lot of those projects that couldn't get off the ground, they were due to inherent limitations that this legislation would cure. The types of projects that could benefit from the program that would be created by this legislation are often complicated and need of a major upfront investment in infrastructure and are often located in areas that in their current condition become nuisances to those located around them. Conversely, this program would help to allow the same to become community assets, providing housing opportunities, retail community space, as well as create tax revenue from the land that previously generated none. While wearing my current hat, I'm proud to be part of a team that is working to redevelop the site of an abandoned hospital complex at Cheverly, transferring the site into a vibrant mixed-use project. That site, like many others that would benefit from this legislation, has massive infrastructure needs. The site I just mentioned is burdened by hundreds of thousands of square feet of decrepit hospital buildings, more than a little asbestos requiring costly abatement, significant grading, utility relocation, and road and sidewalk construction, and for the first time in the site's history, the introduction of stormwater management control devices. Just 1 second. By creating a mechanism to allow for the financing of the required infrastructure of sites such as this one, it will allow for more economical deployment of capital while making the development of the site more feasible with the accelerated timeline. This legislation creates a program that is bound by common sense provisions regarding loan terms, protecting Medco's financial interests by ensuring that the applicant has the financial ability to perform the project as designated, ensuring that Medco has financial recourse in case the loan is not repaid as agreed, and establishing an advisory loan committee.
Thank you.
Yep, I'm sorry.
Yep. Thank you. We love Justin, but I'm gonna have to ask you to stop.
Just like him, I talk too much.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Porcari. I'm a resident of Cheverly in Prince George's County, and I'm also a member of the development team for the redevelopment team for the Prince George's Hospital Center. I've had the great honor in the past of serving the state as Maryland DOT Secretary twice, Deputy Secretary at the University, working at the University of Maryland, but also on the economic development side, as the governor's ombudsman for economic development and assistant secretary for economic development policy. Through that position, I worked very closely with Medco on projects throughout the state, like Rocky Gap in Western Maryland, converting the former Eastern Shore Hospital Center in Salisbury into the Hyatt Resort, establishing the Institute of Human Virology in Baltimore City. Medco was very effective with the tools it had to develop those projects. I applaud Medco turning towards redevelopment of some of the more difficult projects. And this Interbeltway site in Prince George's for the hospital center, which is not currently on the tax rolls, by the way, is a great example. The upfront costs that Brad mentioned, the reluctance of lenders to finance these projects, at least in the initial stages, can be in part remedied by Delegate Smith's sponsors bill that Delegate Smith is sponsoring. And it's an important signal to the financial industry of the kind of public and private partnership that's necessary to take care of some of these front-loaded costs in projects, and at the same time, return them to the tax rolls and bring the kind of return, the kind of transit-oriented development, the sense of place, and the sense of community that we all want. So we appreciate Delegate Smith's sponsorship of this. I urge your support of 1203. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize. I had to step out for a minute and missed some of my friend Delegate Smith's presentation. So I hope I'm not asking a question that she went over. But I really like the concept of this. I really just had two questions. The funding. So the bill obviously says like it's not required to be funded, mandated to be funded. Obviously, Medco is designed to be a recurring entity that's not just granting the money away, but it's making investments and therefore becomes sort of self-sustaining. But where would the $15 to $20 million that's estimated by the fiscal analyst in order to make this program stand up in its inception, where would that come from?
Delegate Buckle, old friend, old chum. I am so glad you're asking that question in the Ways and Means Committee. I was hoping that this committee would help me with that.
Okay, so basically it would have to come from somewhere.
Absolutely.
There's not a specific source in it, but if we stand the program up without the money, Medco's probably not going to be able to do it within their current financial.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. And then the second thing was where the loan projects would have applicability, the areas where you could do it. If I'm reading this correctly, a sustainable community, priority funding area, or a transit-oriented development area. I think, and I'm not positive, but I think all 24 jurisdictions have priority funded areas, at least. It may or may not. I just want to make sure that we're spreading it out. As Mr. Corcari said, Medco's done projects all over the state. If you have this kind of transformational fund, everybody wants it.
And Tom, that might have some examples. I know you shared a few. Yeah.
By all means, we don't want anybody to feel like they wouldn't be able to gain, or participate in this program. So we were very careful in making sure that this wouldn't preclude helping with the redevelopment of the decommissioned power plant down in Charles County, or some things out in Western Maryland.
We're about to have a decommissioned power plant in Allegheny County.
Exactly.
So
yes, we're very careful to make sure.
And we can capture, and maybe if in the very beginning, some of those projects don't fit within the things, I would assume people a year or two down the road will be willing to tweak it to be like, hey, we want to get a zone in that's reasonable to accommodate a particular project or something.
Yes. And the good news is that every jurisdiction has something that's eligible, to your earlier point, but absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1203. Delegate Hartman, House Bill 1282.
Here comes
Little. That's her job then, like. Can the panel come up? Don't want to get in trouble twice in one day. Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Wayne Hartman with House Bill 1282, the Economic Competitiveness Act of 2024. This bill was called the Economic Competitiveness Act of 2023 last year.
The purpose of this legislation is to decrease the state's corporate income tax rate from 8.25% to 6.25% over the next 5 taxable years. The implementation of this legislation will make Maryland's corporate income tax rate much more competitive with our neighboring states. Maryland currently has the 10th highest corporate income tax rate in the nation. Our corporate income tax rate is higher than our neighbors in Virginia at 6%, West Virginia is 6.5%, and by next year, it'll be higher than Pennsylvania. The reason why I say by next year, the state of Pennsylvania has taken aggressive steps to lower their corporate income tax rate and will reduce it down to 4.99% by 2031. Maryland needs to be competitive regionally to ensure that we attract new businesses and strengthen the businesses that already call Maryland home. Maryland is not known for being a business-friendly state. The Tax Foundation State Business Tax Climate Index rates Maryland 45th out of 50. Which is down from 44th last year. Maryland is currently ranked 44th in the cost of living and disposable incomes by state. Additionally, Maryland ranks 42 in terms of business friendliness. Almost 10 years ago, the Maryland Economic Development and Business Climate Commission, also known as the Augustine Commission, was tasked with examining Maryland's economic development structure and incentive programs and making recommendations to keep our state economically competitive. One of the commission's top recommendations was to reduce Maryland's corporate income tax. To date, the tax rate remains unchanged. I also find that the fiscal note is quite one-sided. The fiscal note shows the potential reduction in revenue from corporate income taxes, but it fails to recognize the revenues gained from job creation and reinvestment in business and technology. When businesses have additional resources to thrive, so do their employees, so in turn, so does our economy. It has a compounding effect. This legislation will make Maryland more economically competitive and have many positive impacts on the overall business climate in our state. I know that we are searching for funds for Kerwin. We can't keep doing the same thing and expect a different outcome. How many times this year have we heard that our economy is stagnant? I sincerely ask you to open the dialogue to show that Maryland is open for business. I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Paul Ellington. I'm here on behalf of Worcester County Commissioners Cambridge and Crisfield. And we would, out of respect for your time, I'll be brief. Not only does the Eastern Shore disproportionately impacted by the fact that businesses can move minutes away and be out of state, but as a resident of Montgomery County, I have seen a lot of businesses move to Northern Virginia, and anything we can do to be competitive with our neighbors would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 1282. Delegate Patterson, House Bill 1218, and then you have Ms. Fiastro coming for questions.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Edith Patterson and sponsor of House Bill 1218, the state lottery tickets, internet sale, repeal prohibition, and new distribution of state lottery funds. House Bill 1218 requests a repeal to repeal the prohibition and allow the state lottery and gaming control agency to create a system or program that individuals can purchase a state lottery ticket through an electronic device that connects to the internet. It also modifies the distribution of lottery proceeds to include a certain amount for the problem gambling fund and generally relating to the sale of state lottery tickets. Why is this necessary? Consumer behavior has changed since 2017, 17 years ago, when the prohibition was added. Consumers primarily millennials, expect a seamless digital to in-store shopping experience, and the state's traditional lottery approach is not meeting this need. Therefore, we are missing an opportunity to capture new lottery players. So what are we thinking about the potential impact? iLottery does not have a negative impact on retail sales. To date, how do I know this? To date, 12 jurisdictions, including states such as Michigan, Kentucky, Illinois, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Rhode Island, and others have enacted iLottery programs, and all these states have seen an increase in traditional lottery sales at brick and mortar retailers. iLottery seeks to capture a non-lottery playing audience. Traditional marketing has failed and will continue to fail non-lottery players. Additionally, an iLottery program would appeal to people who do not go to traditional retail outlets. They do most of their shopping through online platforms, including shopping for groceries and even alcohol. On a personal note, there are 140 lottery retailers in my district, and I would not sponsor legislation if I believed it would harm their bottom line. Early adopters of iLottery, such as Michigan and Pennsylvania, demonstrate that iLottery complements brick and mortar sales through retailer collaboration and promotional offers. Pennsylvania recorded over a 7% increase in brick and mortar sales their first full year of iLottery. iLottery is a way to reach players through multiple retail channels and can exist simultaneously with other types of gaming. I respectfully urge you, the committee, to vote favorably for House Bill 1218. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Delegate Henson.
Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor. Ms. Fiastro, are you available for questions as well?
Yes.
In the sponsor's testimony, she mentioned that traditional marketing has failed to reach certain consumers. That sounds like that you have the ability with whatever the plans would be for iLottery to target certain consumers. Can you share with us what that would look like or who those groups are?
Sure. So traditional lottery marketing focuses on getting people into retail locations, right? If we are trying to talk to a non-lottery playing audience, they're not going into retail locations. For example, Gen Xers, which are older than millennials, are the largest adopters of online grocery shopping. I was pretty surprised to see that, but they purchase their groceries, and I've been purchasing my weekly groceries on an app since 2017, so we don't go into grocery stores. If we're talking to this audience about lottery, they're not at the place of or at retail to purchase. So we want to meet the customer. An iLottery program would meet the customer where they are. So having that seamless transition, as the delegate spoke about, from digital to retail.
Thank you. And then my final question is about the sales projections. I know I see numbers in the fiscal note, but can you help us understand what, if any, sales projections there are for iLottery?
Sure. I believe sales projections were submitted to the committee later on Tuesday, but I do have a few numbers for you. In the fiscal note, that would be revenue. So the revenues are about 25% of what sales would be. So I think they're around $400 million a year for sales in a fully developed iLottery platform.
Thank you. And thank you again to the sponsor and Madam Chair for the opportunity to ask questions.
Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know that Delegate Patterson wouldn't put a bill in that she thought would have a deleterious effect on retailers, businesses in her own region. So I really appreciate that. Explain to me Ms. Fiastra, you can, or Delegate Patterson, whoever feels comfortable with it. What is an ongoing retailer collaboration program? Because you talk about the way that we minimize the loss to the traditional retailers of lottery products is we provide them with some type of a retailer collaboration program where people who are buying online are now encouraged to also visit their retail sites. How does that work? What does it entail? How does it get funded? Any of that kind of stuff?
Sure. So think of it as a primarily buy X, get Y. So if someone were to have an iLottery on their phone, they would buy a $10 purchase on iLottery that would then generate a promotional code for them to go into retail and have a $10 instant ticket that they would be able to redeem only at retail. The retailer in that case would be paid their selling commission on that $10 ticket. So that's the basis of a retailer promotion.
So are they paying for the $10 ticket, or are we giving them? Because I'm a little concerned. We heard a lot about gaming lately. Like, are we saying, hey, if you play $10 on your phone, we'll give you a free $10 chance at the lottery if you show up at, Pete's store?
Yeah, in the scenario that I just shared with you, it was a $10 purchase on the phone triggers a $10 coupon at retail.
So they're getting it for free.
They would be getting the promotion for free. Yes.
And then the other question I had is lottery, and I should know this, but I think I know, but I'm not positive. We don't let people gamble. We don't let you come in and play slot machines, for example, unless you're 21. That's my gaming testimony. All the iGaming proponents said iGaming can't go on your phone and do it till you're 21. I think you can buy lottery tickets at 18. Is that right?
That's correct, Delegate.
So you'd be able to go on your phone at 18. You could still be like a high school senior, presumably, and just play the lottery on your phone.
To play lottery is 18. It's a policy decision.
Okay. But now if we expanded it to iLottery, that would go right along with, like, the bill doesn't say the iLottery product would only be 21 and up. It would just be anybody currently eligible. So that's something maybe we could look at if we chose to go this way.
Without any further edit to the bill, it would be 18.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Griffith.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question, Delegate. And it may be for Ms. Fiastra.
Fiastra, yes.
Thank you so much. The question is, oftentimes when an individual wins the lottery, the business that sold the ticket may get some sort of a kickback. It was mentioned that this may be done with coordination with the local retailers. Can you expand on that a little bit, what that could look like and what that opportunity might look like if it would still exist under this regime?
Sure. So I think it's important to understand that iLottery is not simply taking the entire portfolio of lottery games and putting them on your phone. Every jurisdiction has certain games that they reserve for retail only sales. So I think what you're asking, if you sell a $50,000 winner, that retail location gets a bonus, a selling bonus. That's something that we would have to look at in how, like where the ticket was purchased. Obviously, if it's still purchased at retail, that bonus is paid to the retailer. That wouldn't be impacted necessarily by iLottery, but not all lottery games would be on an iLottery platform.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as my earlier comments, the 18-year-old part does make me nervous as far as how you're going to verify that and all of that piece. So could you speak to that? And as far as what I'm going to say now is the addictive nature of it and the problem gambling and appealing to younger and younger ages. And are we attracting to them to something that's like a gateway, so to speak?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So
you knew this.
So I did. I think my time in the committee on Monday is well spent. So thank you very much for the player protection question. So knowing your customer, all of those parameters in terms of age and geolocation are standard in all iLottery platforms. And I believe the next panel will speak to each of their capabilities as it relates to player protections. But I'm so glad you brought this up because I think Maryland is a level 4 World Lottery Association responsible gaming winner. I don't know what the right word is, but which means we take it really seriously. And player protections to date, and they're important, have been very top down, right? So we talk a lot about, well, what parameters can we put in place? What can we do? What guardrails? And those are great things for every program to have. But as from an operator standpoint, I think it then becomes incumbent upon us to change that conversation to bottom up. So taking player data and using that to start a conversation early and often about responsible gaming. What do I mean by that? If there's an iLottery platform, think of it very similar to a credit card company that sends you a weekly summary of your spend, right? You can even aggregate all of your credit cards to see how much you spent in 1 week. So you can then communicate with your customer to say, you spent $100 on iLottery. How does that make you feel? Like, how does losing $100 make you feel? And so now you've started that conversation much earlier than someone reaching out to a 1-800-GAMBLER number, where someone's already feeling pretty bad if they've gotten to that point. But raising awareness early on to start a conversation about healthy, sustainable, responsible play. I think that as the operator of an iLottery program, that's what becomes incumbent upon us.
Okay. And I get that, but that whole tracking player data, I mean, that leads me down in a whole nother.
I understand where it cannot be predatory in nature, and I think that there are sufficient regulatory guidelines for that not to happen.
Even for the down to the 18.
Again, that's a policy.
And then can you just explain to me, like, because again, I don't even do scratch offs just because I can't, it's just something I don't do. It's irritating to me to even figure out, like, if you win or do you scratch a ball. I don't know.
There's an app for that.
Okay, well, see, all right. So I don't really do them. So
Canada for iLottery.
Yeah.
Is this something like, so now like the whole fully thing would be iLottery online where you're like scratching it off, or is it like slot machine numbers where they come up like that? How does the iLottery like literally work? Because I'm looking at the one in Pennsylvania just to try to familiarize myself. How does it work?
So part of that question will be best answered by people on the next panel.
That's no problem.
So, and especially for Pennsylvania, I think that they could probably speak to that pretty well. To the first part of your question, I mean, we wouldn't operate casino style games.
Okay.
And going back to Delegate Young's question of what games would or wouldn't be on a platform, think your jackpot games, so Powerball, Mega Millions, your twice weekly, 3 times weekly drawings would be on an iLottery platform.
Okay.
What you're referencing though, in terms of scratch offs are what the industry call e-instant tickets. And e-instant tickets operate similar to a scratch off game, but they offer there are some key differences. One difference is the price point. So Maryland this past year launched its first $50 scratch off ticket, whereas an e-instant can be played from 10 cents, 25 cents, 50 cents. No one is going to put a 25-cent scratch off ticket at retail.
And then a few of them look like they're kind of geared toward kids, especially like they have one that's called Candy Coated Cash, which looks a lot like another game. I mean, are they geared toward kids at all, where it would be attractive for kids?
The goal is that they are not attracted to kids.
Okay.
One benefit to an e-instant is we can be in and out of market relatively quickly. So think St. Patrick's Day, Valentine's Day. We would never launch a real scratch off ticket at retail. That's too much manpower behind the launch of a ticket for a 2-3 week window. So an e-instant product would be applicable there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, if I get a e-lottery as my Valentine, I'm not sure that's gonna go over real well. But anyway,
Unless it was the winning number, then you might be happy.
But thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for the bill. So it's really for such a big topic, and it's drawn a large crowd. It's a strikingly simple bill itself, right? It's basically a pair of brackets, and you'll develop some regulations. So I guess when we think about sort of player protection and how all that data that can be mined will actually be used and how it can be used to intervene and how it can be used to for other purposes. So all of that would simply be laid out in regulations. I mean, can you give us a sense of what you think those regulations would be? And I guess I'm curious to the thought that that should be handled in regulation and not legislated.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Delegate. The way that the bill is written, without any amendments, those would be developed through a regulatory path of which, you know, it would have legislative oversight at some point. When I think back to like the sports wagering bill, there were some loose parameters as it related to responsible gaming and making sure that the licensees had a responsible gaming plan that was internally vetted. The agency is certainly well positioned to vet an RG program for a product that we would be offering. But I think that perhaps there's some legislative history from another state that might provide some parameters, and perhaps someone on the next panel could elaborate a little bit on that. What's on statute, what's regulatory, what's policy, and what is just kind of known.
Delegate Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Patterson, bring forward the bill with that big money. I love it. So at the same time, we have concern about addictive gambling. I think comparing scratch off and the Mega Million Powerball, there's a huge difference because for the scratch, you see the result immediately. That really lead to really addiction, right? So I really support if you just focus on Powerball and Mega Million as a starting point, and then that will really help us understand the scope of addiction and other issues. That's the same concern for iGaming. So if we want to put like Powerball, Mega Million as one model, when you talk about the revenue, I think you did some calculation. How did you construct your model to generate that $400 million revenue?
Sure, and I believe that the breakdown was provided to the committee by each kind of game group, but the 400 million in sales is based upon an entire portfolio being available on an iLottery platform. Given that not every state puts the same games on an iLottery platform, so we have to do some math about taking from that 400 million and taking out what the jackpot games would be, what like a scratch off comparable would be, certainly the monitor games.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need to jump to another committee. So another question is, if we said in order to really combat this really dangerous gambling habit, can we set a limit legislatively that each bet, for example, Mega Million, you're not spending over $20, or every month you're not spending over $100, something like that?
So the answer to your question, Delegate, is yes. You can put a parameter and a limit on any amount of spending. That is a subjective limit. And I think that the next panel may be able to speak to what they're seeing in other jurisdictions, what best practices are. But in every single iLottery adaptation, there are limits. There are also not just monetary limits, but time limits, and then a delay. If you want to increase any of those limits, there's like a 24 to 48 hour waiting period to make sure that you do want to actually increase that limit.
Sure. I'll watch it from YouTube. I have another hearing. So
okay.
I mean, turn your mic off, Delegate. Delegate Ebersol. Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you. And Delegate Wu actually went into an area that is one that I often bring up. And you're not surprised by this question because I told you it's coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
What he has suggested is certain games. And when we did iGaming, I talked about limits and number of times you can bet, but actually some of your games actually limit the number of times someone can bet. Games that do that are your numbers game. I think it's 3 times a day now that we draw numbers. Games like the big game, number game, but games like racetracks or Keno, every 3 minutes, every 4, I don't know what you guys are down to now.
3.5.
3.5. So there you go, an average of my 2. And that's a frequent play. And you would agree, I think that scratch offs could be very frequent in play. So I also want to know if there's been any serious discussion about legislating or regulating which games, for starters, that we're actually going to offer. Because as Delegate Feldmark accurately points out, this bill in its simplicity is broad in scope.
Yes, it is broad in scope. And I think you also need to weigh what the program can accomplish with a smaller selection of games. So user acquisition costs in the digital space, especially in an entertainment category, are high. If you're offering Mega Millions and Powerball as your only 2, or the jackpot games, there are 4 of them, is that from a revenue standpoint, does that fill the coffer? Like when you see the sales breakdown, I think it's about 13% of our sales come from those jackpot games. So if you do the math on,
there's little doubt that the cup wouldn't be as full, but I'm wondering if maybe if it's been discussed at the start, and then we could come back and say we have ways of managing it, and we have problem gambling people in the room, and all that's here. So
yes, to answer your question, it has been contemplated to include the jackpot games, an e-instant product, and right now those are really the 2 categories that we've contemplated. The pick games, the daily pick games that you spoke of, and the monitor games where people can play every 3.5 minutes. For a number of reasons, other states, and I would assume that Maryland would join them, would keep those games at retail. They are proven to bring people into retail. Maryland does about 60% of its lottery sales in draw games. About 25% or so are from those of Keno and racetracks. So there is a value to making sure that these programs live together, not apart. And so coming up with that right game selection is right for the conversation.
thank you for your answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Delegate Patterson, thanks for bringing the bill. The question, I think we have to consider all the impact that our lottery agents may have this year. So part of the governor's budget was to reduce the commission and the bonus for the redemptions to the vendors. So when we're looking at this, considering the impact it may have from less traffic going in for the purpose of purchasing, do we have any idea what the impact to the vendors are going to be from the governor's proposal in his budget to reduce those 2 commissions?
I believe that it's in the BRFA. I believe it's upwards of $30 million.
But do we have an idea? So I don't know how many lottery vendors there are. So on average, what will the typical vendor? I think there's our last bill, and there's a lot of people behind you. I don't know if you
Yes,
turned around.
I've noticed.
I don't know if you turned around recently, but there's a lot of people.
Thank you.
So what per vendor, what can we anticipate as an average that they would lose from that?
I would imagine it's between $6,000 and $8,000 per, but that again, that's the BRFA, that's the governor's.
Right, no, I understand,
Yeah,
but I think as the state, we should responsibly look at the impact of everything that the state's doing that's going to have impact to these folks. So.
Sure, and to that point, an iLottery program, because of its influence at retail, can help recoup and increase those lottery retailer commissions. I'm not saying that it makes them whole, but it does show to put more people in retail, purchase more lottery, purchase more non-lottery products. So it is a traffic builder into retail locations.
But as far as my question, 6,000 to 8,000 per vendor.
Again,
on
that
average.
I would look to the BRFA
Okay, thank you.
for that impact, please.
I appreciate that.
Any other questions? I have a couple questions. First, Delegate Patterson, thank you for bringing this legislation. As this committee has heard me say before, it is our job in this particular moment in time to find revenue for our state. And this would continue to fund education in our state. I think so I appreciate you bringing forward the legislation. And I also know that you would not put anything forward, because we've had this conversation, that you thought would hurt your local retailers.
Absolutely.
And I certainly wouldn't support anything that would hurt mine. Just to piggyback on Delegate Hartman's point, just for clarification, that reduction, that's not final. And there are a lot of folks that don't agree with that. So we don't know how that's going to play out in the end and if that will stand. So I think we're going to have to continue to take a look at that. And that's the job of appropriations. And we've been having those conversations. So that's for your benefit and the benefit of everybody in the room. My first question is, would this allow a subscription? Because I will just share with you that I don't play lottery. I don't understand all the games either. I play when it's $5 billion, and I actually don't even go to the store myself. I call my mom and I'm like, get me a ticket, or I ask my boyfriend. So I just like convenience. I like the convenience of anything. I have 3 children. I can barely leave my house. So one day I woke up and I literally said, oh, let me get a subscription. This was a couple years ago. I'm on my phone. I'm trying to get a subscription. You have to fill it out, print it out, find a stamp somewhere, because I don't know who has those anymore. And then I have to find time to go to the post office. I would have gotten a subscription, but at that very moment I said, oh, there's no way I'm going to possibly do this. So my question is, would this allow a subscription? Because I believe that would bring in a fold of new players that just would like to play, but just don't have time to actually go somewhere and play.
Yes, Madam Chair, it would modernize the subscription service.
And I've been using Instacart since COVID, so. We already talked about the 18, but as of right now, 18 years, folks that are 18, they can go into your retailer and play. So just to clarify, so there are 25 jurisdictions, I think, that could possibly have this. You said there were 14 jurisdictions that have authorized iLottery and 11 have launched it and are going to have iLottery?
Yes, that is the landscape analysis.
Okay. Yeah. And are you aware, or can you talk about, in those jurisdictions that currently have it, has there been, and I don't like to use the term gaming because this is not gaming. We have had that hearing already, but have you found that there's been an increased play where people develop problems in those jurisdictions? Is that data available? If you don't know the answer, that we could get to this?
We can follow up with problem gambling data from other states as it's related to iLottery programs.
Let's say problem lottery.
Lottery programs.
Because it's not gaming.
Yes.
I guess my next question, and I think there's some folks coming up after you, but some of the player protections involve age verification on your app, geolocation, so you have to be in the state, deposit limits, time limits, take a break, so you have to be timed out, and you cannot use credit cards. Are those some of the highlights of increased player protections that are available?
Yes, and in addition to that, we are able to set defaults for people. So if they elect not to increase their deposit or time limit, we would have the ability through the platform to set a default minimum so that players start out from a baseline.
And so I think you referenced this earlier, but in Maryland, we are fortunate because our Maryland lottery has achieved the highest level of responsible gaming.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's what you were referring to.
Yes.
Earlier. I guess my last question, kind of, and some folks coming, I know we got experts coming after you. If you can kind of just speak to, because I'm very interested in the kind of incentives. So if I decide to participate in iLottery and I'm on my phone and it says, hey, Vanessa, you purchase this I don't know, play your daily numbers or whatever it's called, come into our store and get a free, you know, Coke, free, free pizza, whatever. So those types of things, the states that have participated in iGaming, do they find that that brings new folks into retail stores who might not naturally go into the store?
Yes, so cross-product promotion to be able to promote products in retail that are not lottery products.
So when I play that on my phone, then I'm likely to go into the store with my 3 kids and get Sour Patch Kids, Twizzlers, lemonade, and all of those good things. And that's taking me to the store that I actually would never go to.
Correct. And we would have the ability to do that with chain specific promotions. So think like a Royal Farms, a Sheetz, a Wawa, and targeting it on their food service, since that's such a big driver for convenience stores and gas stations these days.
I know I said my final question, but this is my final question. Do you believe that, in your experience, that it's a different type of client or participant in the iLottery that would actually go to the store? Like someone who would go to a retail and stay there and play the, what is it, like Keno, or the thing that's on the TV that they're watching? I'm not sure what that's called.
Monitor.
The monitor, and they're watching it. George is trying to help me, I think. And they stay there. They might hang out with their buddies. If it's a venue where they can sit down and eat or whatever, I have a drink, and is that a different type of participant than somebody that is just running to a different type of participant, excuse me, than somebody that would do it on your phone or another device?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for that question. I think the best place to look at an answer for that would actually be Michigan. And in the written testimony, the agency is broken out in their letter of information, the Michigan player usage app statistics. So Michigan has one app that serves 3 purposes. It's a ticket checker. You can enter second chance rewards, and then you can also purchase iLottery. So all of their data is housed in one app. And what that has allowed Michigan to do is to say, okay, we have 490,000 average monthly users of our app out of their almost 8 million 18 plus population. They have just under 500,000 users on their app. 203,000 of them play iLottery. So the remaining use it for all retail type purchases, check tickets, enter second chance, spin to win, all the non-lottery, iLottery playing. So when you look at that 203,000 average monthly users, which is about 2% of Michigan's 18 plus population, 150,000 of them, 156,000, use that to play only iLottery. About 50,000 then play it to use iLottery and retail. So that unique audience of 150,000 would be people that are not at retail. And because Michigan continues to see their retail sales increase year over year, we can ascertain that 150,000 are new lottery players. They are not having an impact, a negative impact on traditional brick and mortar retail sales. So to answer your question a very long way, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Delegate Patterson. Thank you. And we will call the next group of folks up. Christine Wessler, Scott Gunn, Marvin Yates. Come forward for 2 minutes, please.
My name first. Okay. Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 1218 today. My name is Christine Wexler. I'm an attorney and Senior Vice President for Scientific Games. As you may know, we are a global lottery industry leader, a pioneer in online lottery solutions, and a proud 27-year partner of the Maryland Lottery. We are fully committed to helping shape a successful iLottery framework for Maryland that will drive revenue for the growth of the state and its retail partners. Scientific Games has facilitated and experienced this growth firsthand with our partners globally, including in Pennsylvania with its record-breaking iLottery program. In PA, where I hail from, this program has been a boon to retailers in the state. Like Maryland, it operates in a competitive landscape. As you consider this legislation, I'd like to share 3 key iLottery facts. First, iLottery will not cannibalize brick and mortar lottery sales if done correctly. Rather, we have seen retail sales grow. We are happy to provide you and your important retail stakeholders with information regarding affiliate, referral, and commission programs that are the vehicles that will provide the revenue boost Maryland retailers are likely to experience with iLottery. Second, we have learned that an omnichannel delivery of products that includes digital technology meets consumer demand for player convenience. iLottery will ensure that Maryland Lottery's business will stay relevant in an otherwise challenging market. Finally, iLottery will allow Maryland to address responsible gaming concerns. Key features of iLottery, such as the ability to self-exclude, engage in a cooling off period, or set limits on deposit and play amounts, actually redress problem gambling. Again, I'm happy to provide you more information on how these features work. Thank you again for the opportunity to share with you today.
Thank you, Chairwoman Atterbury and members of the committee. My name is Scott Gunn, and I work at International Game Technology, also known as IGT. We are here today to support HB 1218. IGT is the leading global B2B supplier, and our customers include lotteries, casinos, and digital operators. We have a well-established local presence and relationships with governments and regulators in more than 100 jurisdictions around the world. We provide products and services to some of the largest lotteries and gaming operators in the United States and around the globe. Importantly, we are proud to have the top performing Maryland State Lottery and Control Agency as a customer. Additionally, we supply slot machines and sport betting products and technology to the state's commercial gaming operators. Today's lotteries have to be nimble and adapt to player preferences in terms of both content and technology. Consumers are increasingly multi-channel shoppers using both retail and interactive channels to consume products and services. With the advent of iLottery, interactive channels are meeting the players on their terms. New digital lottery offerings are transforming the lottery industry and how players view the lottery. Implementing digital lottery products must be done with consumer protections and responsible gaming provisions. Today's iLottery technology enables lotteries to implement effective, responsible gaming programs using tools including deposit limits, wagering limits, session limits, and self-exclusion. As policymakers, you will need to find the right regulatory fit for Maryland and achieve a balance between stakeholders. The proper balance allows for the right mix of games, responsibility, and innovation. The state is the operator and beneficiary of the lottery. As legislators, you can help to ensure the lottery continues to grow, and advancing iLottery will help support and protect the state's longstanding revenue source. The lottery industry recognizes that retailers are critical partners and have been key to the lottery's long-term success. Your business is an important driver to their states and direct sales and driving foot traffic, but they also need lottery to be relevant for products and consumers in the future. I'm happy to answer any questions in the future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Wilkins, and members of the House Ways and Means Committee. My name is Marvin Yates, and I am here on behalf of Neo Games, the leading provider of technology and iLottery solutions around the world. While iLottery is only authorized in close to a dozen states, it is being considered by a number of states this legislative session, including Maryland. My client, Neo Games, has helped to shape the U.S. landscape as the iLottery technology and content provider in some of the most thriving states, including neighboring the Commonwealth of Virginia, my original home state of Michigan, New Hampshire, and North Carolina. I stand before you today in support of HB 1218 and to share the benefits of online lottery. Strong iLottery legislation, we believe, should be twofold. One, it should authorize the sale and purchase of lottery games online. And two, it should allow your state lottery to select an online lottery vendor through an open, transparent, and competitive bidding process specific to iLottery and digital services. We are slowly seeing a shift from the historical retail-only lottery models to a more modernized hybrid approach with omni-channel retail and online components. It is important as you consider this legislation and think about iLottery, you look at it from this scope. 1, it will create incremental non-tax revenue for good causes. 2, it will help retailers grow their player base and achieve incremental lottery sales. 3, adding an online component will establish additional player safety with responsible play and consumer protection tools. 4, it is paperless, environmentally friendly, and has strong governance and cost efficiencies. 5, it will improve accessibility through modern technologies. And 6, it can successfully coexist with other forms of authorized gaming. Neo Games is hopeful that we can be a resource to this committee and the Maryland General Assembly on this timely and important manner. I would defer specific questions to other experts as well as the Maryland Lottery, but I think we can also look at other states and experts from those jurisdictions as resources and guides as you in iLottery future. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Delegate Miller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you said ma'am, you were instrumental with the Pennsylvania lottery?
I'm from Pennsylvania and we support the Pennsylvania lottery. We do.
Okay. Okay, so that's the one where I've been looking at. And the game I'm looking at is the candy coated cash. And so again, I don't know. I'm old school. I don't like to gamble anymore because I like slot machines that you could actually pull the little handle down and then you'd hear all the chink, chink, chink of so I don't do it anymore because now it's just you hit a button and it's play here and then these things line up. And so as I'm reading the description of this game and looking through some of the information that we were provided, I'm having a hard time seeing how some of this, what's done with the iLottery is so much different than which would be done at the new versions of the slot machines at the casinos that I've seen. So the game Candy Coated Cash has an autoplay function, which lets you play automatically up to 20 game rounds. And then you choose your amount anywhere from 50 cents to $30. And then you win because a cluster of 3 candy symbols, if they're connected in a row or the same colors are connected, you win. So again, that sounds very much like, what I've seen. And then there's triplers and instant, and I don't want to go through the whole thing, but then at the end, it says total 1 box. And then you get how much money you win or not, or pay, and then you select the play again button if you want to play again, and then it's automatic. The amount played will be deducted from the current balance and a new game will begin, I guess, right away, and you can just continually do this. So can you tell me specifically how that differs from if I'm sitting in a casino versus I'm sitting at home playing my iLottery in Pennsylvania? And I can't do it here. I would do it here myself, but I can't do it here.
Sure. And I appreciate that it's difficult to see the way you see it there, because a game like that in iLottery is likely the subject and or part and parcel of a cross promotion with a retailer. This issue, the definition of what is iLottery and what is not iLottery, has been at play and worked through in Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, unlike in Maryland, we have 2 separate commissions and enforcement agencies that engage in rulemaking with respect to the lottery and versus the casinos. And as a result of that, there was a question as to what definitionally is a casino style game versus what is an iLottery instant product. And in Pennsylvania, it's been determined after some fulsome discovery and lots by way of fact finding that a casino game is something that is particular to slot machines. Think video roulette, video poker, video blackjack. It's not something that's generally something that you would see in a social or casual game like Candy Crush or Tetris. So in iLottery, definitionally in that jurisdiction, through the regulations and the rulemaking that commission has engaged in, along with their subject matter experts at the agency, they have been determined that they can use reveals like the spinning wheels, similar to like what you would see in Life or Wheel of Fortune or Candy Crush, that social game. Cascading and exploding tiles have been determined to be okay, but sometimes a sound might not if it resembles something that you might be akin to a slot machine. So again, the subject matter experts like your lottery professionals here that work in the agencies work through their portfolio and make judgments and to calculate the risk, and then they're able to monitor those trends and evaluate the data and the analytics because they have the benefit of being able to see its performance, and they might evaluate that as to how it is that the retailer stakeholders have received that product and what it's doing for a cross promotion. So the benefit of the iLottery is that they're able to view it, evaluate it, and if someone, for example, raises a concern that it's not accessible or it is harmful or there's a negative trend, they would be able to redress that more quickly than if it was just sitting out on the shelf. And they do strictly adhere to kind of the guardrails and the parameters and are constantly reevaluating along with their regulating body through the rulemaking process and the regulating and being informed from what the data gives them.
Okay. And then have you seen, do you have any information about, are any of those negative trends, or are they appealing to more underage? Do you have problems with underage gaming, as far as how do you do age verification and all of those pieces?
Sure. So you have to input your license. Your license has to go
Okay.
into, and it's not dissimilar from the technology that is used by PennDOT, for example,
Okay.
to verify your identification, and you put in your driver's license number into the app before, of course, you can go live and become a verified player.
And then you guys verify that driver's license number that it is an actual.
Yes.
Okay. And then if you see, as far as the negative trends, like how do you, like what kind of negative trends have you seen? Any kind of adverse impacts in Pennsylvania at all?
I haven't seen a study that's outlined any negative trends. I can certainly go back and try and look to see if there's any that have been identified, or if they have been collecting even anecdotal evidence of anything that they've had to redress. It's a
That'd be great.
conversation I'm certainly willing to have with the lottery in Pennsylvania.
That would be, I would appreciate that. And if you could find out like the difference in like what I'm describing, like I said, because I can't see anything
I
here, so it's
know.
hard, and I'm a very visual. So like if you, and then how they determine between the iLottery and that would be really, really helpful for
Sure.
me, like, especially from someone so close. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Delegate Miracle North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to visualize to Delegate Miller's characterization, trying to visualize how this is going to look. I kept hearing how retailers are a partner. Do these retailers include gas station owners as partners?
Yes.
Okay, could you describe what that looks like?
Sure. So say, for example, Scientific Games has a licensed product. We have Game of Thrones, and there might be a promotion and or in-store feature that Game of Thrones, when it's hot and heavy, people get really high on Game of Thrones. There might be a promotional implementation in the store. There might be a draw game on paper. There might be an instant scratch ticket. And then, of course, there's iLottery and or advertising for the Game of Thrones. And the cross promotion would look like exactly what you would think a cross promotion would entail. Honestly, people design it. And the beauty of iLottery is that you get to work with members of the Lottery Commission so that they know what their constituents want and how they want to purchase and what they're interested in. Again, the data helps drive and inform that. But some of it would be a customer referral. A program like that where a retailer could earn 3 ways. You could do a profit share approach where a retailer could earn 20% of revenue from each revenue share of the player that they refer. You could do it with cash awards where retailers could earn $100 cash instantly for each player that they refer. Or lotteries allow people to opt into a hybrid of both. Retailers could earn $50 cash for each player that they refer, as well as a 10% revenue share over the life of that player. Meaning if you sign on that player because they walk in and say, oh, Game of Thrones is great, and the retailer incentivizes that player to download the app and purchase that way because there's something going on online that's different, that retailer keeps that customer. That's both the lotteries and their own. I do have a personal anecdote if you want to indulge me. My sister is a supervising nurse at a hospital floor in Philadelphia. They used to, with cash, collect their money and go buy lottery tickets, living the dream that one day they would all be able to quit and become millionaires, right? One day, a young nurse who went over and bought 1 cup of coffee with their pooled money had a retailer say to them, if you sign up, you can get more coupons. And so they did. And what took off was that they gave the assignment to collect money to the millennial who liked to use Venmo or cashless pay, filled a wallet, and then every Friday, they took whatever they had earned, whatever coupons, and they went back to that same retailer and they got their treat for the nursing meeting that day. So she went from buying 1 cup of coffee to sometimes 20, or apparently they fell in love with a energy drink promotion and coupon that came through the app. And they went back and forth across the street and both purchased more and also utilized the state's mobile app to make their purchases and still try and live the dream of, by playing the lottery together as a unit. And she very funnily talked about how that was a really great way to bring them all together. And they made really great friends and have this great new friend who likes to take care of them and knows that they come over every Friday for their meetings.
Well, thank you for that. I would note that you did mention the word retailer. So I'm trying to visualize who that retailer is. Because my dad used to play lottery. I mean, that was something I grew up as a kid. Every Saturday, he would go to the gas station, liquor store, get a ticket, do it. So with iGaming, if you say retailer, I'm thinking of the gas station and liquor store my dad used to go to. How does it help those particular businesses?
Because you could go to the exit where those tickets are and also scan a QR code. And
As
now,
a customer, I get that.
and that retailer has referred you into that program now.
Okay.
And you can sign up with that retailer.
Okay. I'm talking about as a business owner. How does it help?
It-
As a partner.
Go ahead.
Sure. I think, to her point, I think there's the collaboration and the business, opportunities where if I'm going into this retailer, it's not just about, hey, as a customer, I'm used to playing iLottery. Now I'm coming in, but now I'm coming in and I'm, making other purchases. And it's the collaboration between now you've worked on either a partnership with, that iLottery vendor, or you've worked on a partnership through the Maryland Lottery, where now, there's the cross promotion, there's the benefit of, hey, if a person is referred in your venue or in your, retail location, you may get a certain percentage. So now as a business owner, you're actually helping your bottom line by having that partnership or that collaboration with the iLottery vendor and or the lottery, by, having to, partner and have those opportunities to continue to gain more business and more revenue through those partnerships.
Thank you.
Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm starting to understand this a little more clearly. At first, I was confused as to how the retailer is going to make anything. So they're basically going to be selling their customers to you until their customer base is dwindled and most people are on iGaming potentially. So that's my concern. So, and Royal Farms has a ton of stores. So if they make a deal with you, whereas you come in, you do attractions to make them come into your store for a free coffee or whatever for their gaming. But how about the little, the single owner gas station or the single owner liquor store? Are they going to be paying you to do this? And then we have an issue of, we have 18-year-olds here and the liquor store needs a 21-year-old customer. So help me understand how that individual owner is going to be made whole through this and not cannibalize their business by selling their customers to you and eventually being at a loss.
Well, go ahead.
I'd start. So I think that there's sort of a misconception in understanding the full idea of what a retail and iLottery, like how those two programs coexist. What we look at as far as your typical iLottery, customer or player looks a lot different than your traditional retail player. I'm from Michigan originally, live in DC, but my mom, my dad, they've been playing the lottery for years. They're going to continue to go to that store right down the street from the house because that's just, you know, that's what they're used to. That's their typical behavior. It's something they've done for 40 years. So you'll still see those same players, that same demographic continuing, you know, in their, you know, that habit and that behavior that they've practiced. What we look at as far as, and my parents are, you know, in their mid to late 60s, you know, the average retail lottery player is around that late 40, early 50 demographic and age range. Meanwhile, we look at a couple jokes over there. When we look at as far as an iLottery typical player, that range and that average is about 10 to 12 years less than your average retail player. So I think those markets will still coexist. But when you talk about what does the retail market get, the retail will continue to thrive. They'll continue to have their normal player base, but they'll also start to attract new players, new customers based on the relationships, the partnerships that we talked about earlier, but then also based on the fact that people want to find different games. They want to find what's new into the market. And a lot of times, you know, you may see that on your phone, you may see that through advertisements, but actually going into your stores, going into your 7-Elevens, your Royal Farms, you'll be able to see some of those things. So, you know, I think the idea that, you know, retail will be cannibalized by this, you know, new growing modernization of the lottery market, I think is a misconception. I think there's an opportunity where both will thrive and do well.
But the question I had about the one gas station owner, the one liquor store owner, and you're talking about you're going to drive business into their store through these free coffees and things like that. How does that owner collaborate with you? You know, how do they do that? What do they have to pay to do that? There's a lot of vendors. So
And they all look different, sure. And the beauty of it is that your agency can design what the program looks like that's best for Maryland and its retailers. And it might look different for a big chain store like Wawa or Royal Farms than it would look for a mom and pop store that's been in existence in one of their oldest and best retailers in terms of loyalty. They might decide to create like a big win commission program. They might do a hybrid of retailer promotions and or affiliates. They might design cross promotions that are unique and specific to them. Your subject matter experts go to these industry conferences and study and talk to their counterparts all over the country to design or to understand what works. And they'll work hard and work with your commission to fashion something that's appropriate for Maryland and its constituency.
I'm concerned about the mom and pop shops. That's
sure.
You hit it on the head. Now, the lady from the lottery said that it wouldn't be all the products. It would just be a limited number, whatever. You know, what assurance can we give those business owners that it is only going to be, you know, pick 3, pick 4, whatever. And if they want other things, they're going to have to come in, because you talk about customers are still going to go into the store, but there's also going to be times when I already went to the store, I forgot to get my lottery tickets and the jackpot's 585 million. And guess what? I'm going to go online. So there is going to be some downward side to these vendors. I don't think we can be honest. You know, we have to be honest with ourselves. I think there's going to be some downward side to it. I'm hoping some of these other things we're hearing about will make up that difference. But what can we do to assure these people that if this does go through, that all of the products aren't going to be there and there still is reason even for the old guy or young guy or whatever to go into the store and make their purchase?
Well, your agency has proposed a series of several stakeholder meetings with just the retailers so that they can understand and work through the issues that they bring to the front about exactly that implementation, nuts and bolts and mechanics, and that hopefully they could share ideas and come to a consensus and agreement. That's the beauty of rulemaking, regulation, and their ability and their expressed interest in wanting to work with everybody.
But that's not going to happen before we have to make a decision, correct?
Correct.
That's the problem. So, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. So to that point, just procedurally wise, we would have to make it legal for there to be iGaming before they would sit down and meet with all of the stakeholders to come up with promulgate the regulations and how all this would work. Is that accurate? Yes, no? So you guys-
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. So we have to make it legal first. So there's been a lot of conversation about how this could benefit the retailers. And so everyone's looking at Pennsylvania. So let's talk about Pennsylvania. So I will ask these questions to you, Ms. Wechsler. Did I pronounce that right?
Wexler, like an X.
Wexler, thank
Yep.
you. Unless anybody else feels like they can answer. So a couple of things that just were done in Pennsylvania was a customer referral program where retailers can earn 20% revenue share from each player they refer. Is that correct?
That's right.
And there was cash awards, so retailers can earn $100 cash instantly for each player they refer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there was a hybrid where retailers can earn $50 cash instantly for each player they refer, as well as 10% revenue share. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then there's web cash, where retailers earn their commission on the web cash sale. Web cash is what a participant uses to play. So retailers earn their commission on the web cash sale from the terminal in store. Is that correct?
Yes.
And retailers in Pennsylvania earned about $1 million. Was that in a year or since the launch, excuse me, of iLottery?
It was since the launch in 2018.
2018, okay. And big win commission. So for a player who wins a big prize and was referred by a retailer from $100,000 to $20,000, retailers can receive an extra commission if they referred that player.
Yes.
So kind of like they get a commission for the in-store player, they can get one for the online player.
Exactly.
And then the cross promotions we've talked about. So these all sound like the types of things that the retailers would sit down with lottery and come up with a viable program. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will call up the unfavorables. I'll call 6 at a time and we'll just have to pass the mic or kind of switch chairs. Kirk McCulley, Sharad Dosi, Mansoor Anavari, Sarah Price, Mark Stewart, William Heineman, Rob Gargiola. I think that's. I'll try one more person. Mike O'Halloran. Okay. All right, we're gonna start to my right. Can we start with the gentleman next to you? Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the House Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran here today on behalf of the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association, which represents gas stations, convenience stores. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk so far about the relationship. You have my written testimony in front of me. I certainly want to save a majority of the time to hear directly from our retailers. But simply put, this bill would allow the lottery agency to create and operate an online lottery system, better known as iLottery. Now, allowing the agency to do this represents a massive change. I think we would all agree, no matter what side of the issue you are, this is a massive, massive change to how our lottery program, which has seen record year in large part because of these brick and mortar retailers year after year. So iLottery programs require a player to link to a funding source like a checking account or savings account. So this is a big, big policy question for this body. And the question is, should the state be encouraging Marylanders to link their savings accounts to a gaming platform operated by the state? That is a big policy question for you all to consider. There has been a lot of talk about, the prospective benefits. There was, I believe on Monday, during the debate surrounding iGaming, separate from this issue, there was a very large study put together. To date, I am unaware of any published study that shows the impact of iLottery on our brick and mortar retailers here in Maryland.
So certainly as just a matter of cause, having that to be the first step, I don't think would be a large ask before we were to really sink our teeth into this issue. So with that, we do respectfully request an unfavorable report on House Bill 1218. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Madam Chairperson Atterbury and committee members. My name is Will Hinman. I'm here today as a peer supervisor at the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. I come before you today to oppose HB 1218 as a person in long-term recovery from a gambling disorder who assists people seeking help. Just as I know you're facing a very challenging job of trying to balance the budget and resolving the deficit during these trying economic times, please remember that so are a lot of our Maryland residents who are struggling financially. That is the audience who would be further captured by continuing to increase access to gambling online. As everyone already mentioned, my fear would be teenagers barely of age to gamble, or those who may not have access to transportation, such as seniors, those struggling with financial difficulties, or those with disabilities, mental health, or substance use disorders. The extra revenue would not come from those living their dream lives, perfectly able to purchase their lottery tickets from one of the many retailers, or those who can have fun at a night in the casino if they desire to play casino games. Online gambling attracts vulnerable populations who may not have those luxuries. And believe me, there is a financial cost to the state when they turn to gambling as a solution. I spend a lot of my time referring people to state resources that may be able to assist them when they are in financial turmoil, such as rental assistance or utility assistance. In all the years I gambled, I was never drawn to lottery games or slot machines because I knew the odds were horrible. So it was baffling to me when I started at the center and started to receive a lot of calls from people that have destroyed their lives playing lottery games and slot machines. After hearing their stories, it became clear to me why those games are so attractive and so incredibly addictive to most of our vulnerable population. And that is because they look at it as it only takes that one big win, as said earlier, to make all their dreams come true. I've spoken to those who buy literally of scratch-off tickets and others who play their numbers every single day. Increasing access online is only going to lead to more emotionally driven gambling and more poverty.
Thank you. Could you wrap?
Thank you.
Could you tell me your name again, sir? What was your name again?
Oh, William Hinman, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Mark Stewart for Live Casino. Respectfully, we oppose House Bill 1218. iLottery would result in slot machine-like games being available 24/7 on everyone's smartphones. And as was pointed, these lottery games will be available to 18-year-olds and older. The lottery has tried to draw a distinction between iLottery and iGaming, claiming the former involves traditional games and not casino-style games. In the other states that have iLottery, though, this simply is not the case. There is virtually no distinction between the iLottery games and slots. In the typical iLottery state, the lottery hires a slot machine manufacturer to provide them with iLottery games and operate the platform. Not surprisingly, the product that these companies provide mimics slots. The math and the mechanics behind iLottery games are the same as a slot machine. The prize structure is the same. To the player, the game looks, feels, and plays just like a slot, frequently with slot-like bonus games. In fact, many of the games provided to lotteries are older versions of the exact same game that the manufacturer is also selling to casinos. Our written testimony included 7 side-by-side comparisons of actual iLottery games in Pennsylvania on the left side and casino slots on the right. The games are virtually identical. I have particular experience with this because I previously represented 7 casinos in litigation against the Pennsylvania Lottery on these same programs. And what you heard earlier on the last panel about Pennsylvania and what's allowed and what's not was wrong. They actually lost. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court issued a decision in December of 23 that said the test for simulating slots is the overall appearance and experience of play. If you look at those pictures, you will see that that overall experience is exactly the same. iLottery will cannibalize casino gaming tax revenue and undermine the causes those dollars support. We ask for no favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Rob Garagiola with Compass Advocacy on behalf of Live Casino. Regrettably, and I don't like opposing Delegate Patterson's bill no more than I liked being in opposition to the chair's bill on Monday. But as Mark raised, we're very concerned that, and if you look at his testimony, these images are very similar. iLottery versus casino games. You can find this in Mark Stewart's testimony. These games are very much identical in what we're experiencing in other states. And for similar reasons that we expressed on Monday, we're very concerned that the same impacts, if this were enacted, would have a negative impact on brick and mortar casinos. Not to mention what you're going to be hearing, what you have heard from the retailers. There also will be negative impact on foot traffic in the brick and mortar casinos and all the issues that we raised on Monday. And again, we just recently, a little more than a year ago, enacted mobile sports betting. It's been around now for about 14 months. I would urge that we take a pause on further expanding gaming so we can have a better understanding of those impacts. I think you're going to hear again from the Center of Excellence. They were here on Monday and also last week on a problem gaming bill. There's a study in that. We're hoping that that study goes forward that requests looking at the impacts of mobile betting. And I think that that can have bearing on what we might do in the future with iGaming or iLottery, which we would argue would be the same thing as iGaming. So with that, respectfully, we're here in opposition to House Bill 1218.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mansoor Anvari. I've been operating small businesses in Howard County for the last 29 years. Our business depends solely on foot traffic. As you've gone to convenience stores, you realize not just purchasing lottery tickets. When they come in, you get some impulse buys, snack, drink. What this bill does is going to reduce our foot traffic. That means another loss of sales. It's going to affect our bottom line. Other bills putting to reduce the commissions, the expenses have gone up. So your small businesses are going to have much more challenges like every day that we face. First panel talked about on a mobile phone buying a $10 ticket. That $10 ticket now is being purchased at our retail stores. So that's a loss. Then continuously we hear about the promotions with the chains. Yes, the big chains. It's always with the big chains. But somebody who's owned just several stations over the years, we're not going to get any promotions because it's much easier for them to deal with the bigger chains working with Royal Farms and Wawas. So your small businesses are going to die eventually. That's why I'm here to oppose Bill 1218. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Sarah Price, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance in strong opposition to this bill. We do have very serious concerns about the impact that this would have on lottery retailers in the state. Previous panels and the fiscal note have assumed that there would be no cannibalization of lottery sales on brick and mortar businesses, but that is not something that the businesses can safely assume. As Mansoor said, for every person who comes out of the store, every lost individual from foot traffic means lower sales and less tax revenue for the state. It's true that the BRFA estimates a loss of up to $6,200 due to the reductions in lottery commissions. Industry estimates that that could be around $8,000 per store per year. The commission rates are where they are right now as a result of the legislature in 2012 acknowledging the impact that brick and mortar casino gaming would have on lottery. And now we're considering iGaming in addition to iLottery. I'm sorry to bring other issues into this hearing, but between mobile gaming and lottery, increasing tobacco and alcohol taxes, and reducing lottery commissions, there are a lot of bills on the table this year that are going to hurt these retailers. We understand that the state needs revenue, but every proposal that we've seen so far just scrapes it off the back of the businesses in Maryland. So we would urge you to vote unfavorably. Thank you.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still absorbing the no credit cards means that it's going to be linked to checking accounts and savings accounts.
And I
I'm
don't think
sorry.
that's accurate. So
Oh,
I'm sorry to
Is that,
interrupt.
okay, well, okay, could I do that in the form of a question?
Please do.
Could we find out more
In
information on if
Pennsylvania,
that's true?
in Pennsylvania, they use web cash. A player may purchase a voucher at a retail to fund their online iLottery wallet. It is not linked to your bank account. So when we talk about legislation and how things are done, let's talk about facts.
No, I appreciate the clarification. So yeah, because that was very concerning when I heard it. Thank you, Madam Chair. So more information on how that works, if you guys have that. The other would be the Supreme Court decision in Pennsylvania. Could you guys either expand a little more on that, or you can provide me the information or the date so I can look it up myself if you would like.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And, Delegate Miller, I think one of the issues with the bill is that there's really nothing in the bill. It leaves it completely to lottery's discretion. So when we talk about how the payment methods may be, we don't know. I mean, that's really something for the legislature to set. We shouldn't be looking to lottery to regulate itself. And that's unfortunately, the nature of the bill, one of the issues with this bill. In Pennsylvania, the legislation that authorized iLottery included a prohibition that the lottery games could not simulate casino-style games, including slot machines and various others. The lottery got quick to market and put out their games from Scientific Games. Many of them the same titles and themes on casino floors across the state. There's litigation about it. The Commonwealth Court initially, Pennsylvania's Commonwealth Court initially found that the games did not simulate slot machines, as the Scientific Games witness testified. However, in December of 2023, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court reversed that ruling, said that the standard of simulation is whether the overall appearance and experience of play of the game is similar. And I think if you look at the exhibits that we provided, or if you go on the website and demo any of the games, you'll see that they play very much like it with cascading reels. You heard testimony that the lottery wants to offer essentially penny slots with 5 and 10 cent denominations. So what you have is a situation where the lottery is able to offer slot-like games. It's regulating itself, and it's also regulating the casinos while being in a direct competitor of the casino. So that's a little bit about some of the dangers that we see here.
Did the court case cause any, because she talked a lot about the back and forth about how the regulations are created, and did it cause any changes yet to the regulations, or it's too soon to tell because it was so recent?
Well, that's one of the funny things, because the lottery actually had the power to promulgate regulations, but chose not to because it didn't want to limit itself. So there were no regulations and there was no regulatory process in Pennsylvania, at least on this specific issue. There are a few regulations on iLottery, but in terms of defining simulation or drawing lines between slot machines and what is essentially a digital scratcher, that was not done. So the Supreme Court decision recently happened. It remanded it to the lower court to act in conformance with the standard that it had enunciated.
And then you said there's places to see simulations on there. I was trying to figure it out, and obviously I can't do it here. And I do appreciate your the testimony that you all submitted, because it really let me see what the differences were as far as in Pennsylvania. So I do appreciate that.
I mean, you likely can't because of the geofencing requirement and the Wire Act. But I could go on about.
No, it's fine.
Nobody wants me to.
I'll try to figure it out. But thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for one of the retailers. Can you just talk to us about what the percentage of gross revenues might be from lottery?
I can ask our members and get back to you. Somebody else who's speaking may also be able to answer that.
If somebody does come up, just raise your hand and let me know. And my second question would actually be a derivative of that, so I'll just hold off on that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mary Drexler and Jack Malani. Then I will just call the folks that didn't come up previously when I called their name, Kirk McCulley and Sharad Doshi.
I'll just go. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Mary Drexler, I think by now you know I am the director of the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. Here today to testify in opposition of House Bill 1218. In every Maryland prevalence study from 2010 to 2022, the lottery is the most frequently reported type of gambling, and I understand why. Right now, I could go buy a $2 Mega Millions ticket and have a chance to win $607 million. It appears to be relatively inexpensive fun. And there are so many games to choose from: Powerball, Mega Millions, Scratch Offs, Fast Play, Pick 3, Pick 4, Pick 5, Bonus Match, Cash for Life, Multi-Match, Keno, and Racetracks. Not to mention the various promotions and subscription service. There's also a lottery rewards program so that even your non-winning tickets can earn player prizes. Playing lottery seems innocuous, but all those $2 purchases add up for an individual. The center gets phone calls from people who went from spending a few dollars occasionally to a few dollars a day to buying a whole $300 roll of scratch-off tickets at a time. Many believe that you are almost guaranteed to win if you buy the whole roll. You aren't, but try convincing that to a problem gambler. Playing lottery has the potential to be just as addictive as any other type of gambling. And from calls to our helpline, that is exactly what we hear from residents here in Maryland who have developed a gambling problem due to their lottery play. It stimulates the brain's reward system, much like drugs or alcohol can, and making it so much more convenient and accessible through the internet is an unnecessary risk. I urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 1218. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Jack Malani, legislative co-chair for the Maryland State Licensed Beverage. I'm just going to go back a couple years and let people know I was around when Chairman Casemeyer put the safeguard in place because the agency felt they didn't need your approval. And now I'm very thankful. I saw him today and I'm going to call him tonight and thank him for that, because I think the ideas that you're hearing here today, probably, I hate to say it, but even if everybody is in the same direction, I don't think it's a 45-day process. There's a lot of questions that are floating around. Our biggest concerns as agents is we have met all the time with the agency. And we had asked them to study the effects on brick and mortar same store sales prior and post the iLottery. So this fall, they asked to meet with us and we were, with all due respect, let's wait for the report. Well, the report came out. We're not in it. They did the iCasinos where, remember, that's going to be run by the casinos. But the iLottery, where we're going to have to compete with the agency that regulates us, the study wasn't done. So we asked, why wasn't it done? And they said, well, the legislature didn't direct us to do that study. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You're talking about the agents, the small guys who have to compete with the regulatory agency, and that wasn't studied. You know, and look, we know things are changing, but we definitely think that it wouldn't have hurt to do that study and talk about the study and talk about how things can be done. The retailer collaboration, the last time we did talk about it, they said, we'll test that with the grocery stores because they have the means to do it where the small guys don't. I'm a small guy, so it wasn't the most comforting, you know, thing I've heard. This year, between this and the commissions, I'm wondering if they want the small guy anymore. I mean, Delegate Hartman brought me something I read. As these people, they're going for the millennials because that's who they're targeting, because the older people will come to us. And it almost makes me, are we being aged out? And I don't know, but it concerns us.
Thank you.
Everything else.
Thank you. Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same question for you, sir. Can you talk to us about what your potential gross revenues are for lottery?
Okay, on lottery, we talk about commissions because the gross is very much higher than obviously what we net.
Sure.
In my store, I probably pay for one manager and one part-time person out of my lottery. And basically, I'm not in the lottery to make money on the lottery, which sounds odd. I'm trying to draw people into my store. I'm hoping that when they come in, I do much better if they come in and they buy a fifth of Tito's than I do if they come in and buy $20 worth of a lottery product.
So let me clarify then. What percentage of individuals who do come to your store purchase a lottery ticket, irrespective of what else they may purchase?
In my store, I have in Baltimore County, we have what's known as a tavern, where I have a restaurant and I have a carry-out section. So I have actually two machines.
Yeah.
And probably in my store, about 45% of the people come in to play lottery. And in the restaurant, I would say it's a little bit lower, but they're there longer because they're playing Keno and racetracks, games that they'll play for a longer period of time. They're not in and out games.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Were there any studies that done in any other states as far as the impact on our brick and mortars that you have access to?
Joanne came out and met with me from the lottery and we talked about, I believe it was Michigan.
Okay.
And she said they were up 7%, but my question is, what were they up the years previous?
Okay.
I mean, I don't, and look, I have no reason to believe I'm being deceived. I just don't think it's been studied. I mean, we know things are evolving. Chairman Atterbury, we met with you, you told me things are evolving, Jack, move along. And we know they're going to evolve. But I think something as important as this is, I'm almost at the point where I'd like to have safeguards where when they present you with the regs, that if they want to change them, I'd rather you guys change them rather than an agency who is regulating me, but at the same time as my competition. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not selling my customers. If they want my customers, they're going to have to work and get them. I'm not going to sell them for a small commission because then they're gone. It makes 0 sense.
And
I mean, I've been in business 35 years and I'm not a rocket scientist, but I'm still in business.
And then do you know if we talked about when you get a lottery ticket, like, or when you're buying one, the odds are printed there in iLottery, when they're doing those games with the continuous, does anyone know? And if anyone, I just thought of that one while I was here. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, that concludes
Thank
the
you.
hearing today. Thank you. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1218, and that concludes the Ways and Means hearings for today.
And I do want that, Madam Chair, if I can. I asked our members not to sign up because we had multiple members that wanted to sign up.
We
and I
appreciate
said
that.
She would kill me.
Thank you. I
Can
do
we stand
appreciate
up?
that. Yes. Yeah, thank you.